Harris was right about everything. Russia is giving information to Iran. Russia is giving information to Iran about U.S. warships, aircraft, other assets in the region. U.S. intelligence knows this. Kamala Harris said that these dictators would eat Trump for breakfast or for lunch, whatever. And MAGA laughed at her. And MAGA acted like their God King is this tough businessman who can strike deals with anyone. And Trump has always said Putin is his, that they have a good relationship, they're buddies, acting like he knows how to control him. No, it's the other way around. Putin knows how to control Trump, and he always has. And when Trump was asked about the U.S., when he was asked about Russia giving information to Iran, his response was, "What a stupid question." What a stupid question. Are we great yet, MAGA? Is this America first? Acknowledging that someone who is supposed to be an ally of the president, right? They're supposedly have a good relationship, according to Trump. Giving information to our enemy. Is this what you voted for? This the art of the deal?
Donald Trump has dragged us into a war the American people do not want. He has put American troops in harm's way. The American people do not want our sons and daughters to go into this unauthorized war.
And MAGA said that this was the woman who was going to start wars.
Donald Trump
just elected the black lady with the silk press. Had we just elected Big Sister General, had we just elected the black lady with the weird laugh, had we just elected Madam the wheels on the bus go round and round, we would not be at war with Iran right now. And I know what some of y'all are thinking. Joshua, why are you screaming? Joshua, how many times you gonna say this? I'm gonna keep saying it until it finally clicks. Because folks, this was an open book test. Not only was this an open book test, the professor was at the board giving the answers and we failed. And now we have 4 dead Americans as a result. We have F-15 fighter jets being shot out of the sky by friendly fire. Had we just elected the black lady with the weird laugh, folks would have money to purchase their first home. The American people would have quality health care. We would not be at war with Iran, spending billions of dollars of taxpayer money that has not been approved by Congress to fund this war. So I'm going to keep saying it, and I'm going to keep screaming it until the American people finally understand, if you could have just set your racism and your sexism aside and voted for Kamala Harris, we would be in a better position today.
I know for a fact that if Kamala Harris was elected president, I wouldn't have woken up last night at 5 a.m. to see a news alert saying that the United States is at war with Iran.
If Harris had won the presidency, we would still be at war with Iran. I don't know how to tell you this. Somebody last night was telling me that they thought that we would not be at war with Iran if Kamala Harris was the president. I don't know how to tell you this, but they're all on the same team. Kamala Harris would have maybe done a little bit more polite negotiating with the American public to convince you that this is a better idea. Maybe she would go to the UN and she would hold up a vial and say, this is anthrax or nuclear something or whatever. She would maybe do that. But we would still be at war with Iran. Iranians would still be dying. I don't know how to tell you guys that. Not only is she a devout Zionist, her husband is a devout Zionist. They're both Zionists who want to bring about the biblical apocalypse, dude. What do you mean? Her husband, Doug, was invested in Oracle until she became the vice president. Oracle, Larry Ellison, the spy technology that's used to spy on you. Do you think that sounds like somebody who gives a shit about the American public? I always wax and wane on my belief in the American public. Sometimes I really do truly believe in Americans. Other times I crash and burn because apparently you don't realize that we would absolutely be okay with being at war with Iran as long as somebody with decorum was doing it. Somebody who is professional in their death and destruction and slaughter of innocent children. Is that really it? Because if that's the case, we're absolutely fucked. We are absolutely fucked.
So how many of you watched that debate between Vice President Harris and the convicted felon and believed her when she said that he would get us into another war? So you voted for her? We've just attacked Iran. Yeah, we should have Kamala Harris right now.
This isn't meant to cause alarm, but listen. You should know that the White House has stopped the United States intelligence from releasing a memo letting citizens know that there is increased threats to us here within the United States. The bulletin released details on how Iranian proxies could carry out attacks on Americans inside the U.S. Let me repeat that. The White House has blocked information from top U.S. intelligence agencies saying that there are threats related to the Iran war that could be carried out here within the United States. But don't trust me, there are multiple sources for this. I recommend you go look them up yourself. Again, this isn't to fearmonger, but it's information that I feel you and I should know.
I honestly thought I was doing the polite thing. And I didn't say anything mean or nasty to them. I just simply asked my husband if we paid for our pints already, and he said, yes, we did. And I said, okay. I'm like, we need to go. Like, just the atmosphere just felt very negative and hateful. So dislike me if you will, call me every name in the book, that's fine. Some of those comments were absolutely diabolical and insane. I can't believe people will take time out of their day to write paragraphs of just hate.
They will.
From one person's video. You guys don't know who I am.
That moment when you go into a Northern Ireland bar and are immediately accused of being a bad person because you're from the United States. Doesn't feel very good. Culture shock, I guess. But we're staying in this cute little coastal town, and we went to just enjoy a beer, and we're like, we don't want to talk about anything or anything like that, and it just ended up with me in tears. So, if you're an American citizen, maybe just proceed with caution.
Just, you're generalizing, and that's really unfair and uncool. And I would like to say that if anybody came to my country, I would never, ever outright just be like demanding answers to sensitive topics. It's just, in my book, it's not polite.
That moment when you go into a Northern Ireland bar and are immediately accused of being a bad person because you're from the United States.
Wait, so they accused you of being a bad person just because you're from the United States?
I walked in with my husband to the Central Bar and immediately noticed
we already figured that out.
World news on, rightfully so. There's a lot of crazy things going on in this world.
Quick question. Who is responsible for a lot of the crazy things that are happening in the world right now?
Right.
And the gentleman said, are you American? And I said, yes, we're American. And I'm not lying to you when I say it instantly went from, yes, I'm American, to, well, who'd you vote for? And I kind of was just shocked. I'm like, wow, that was very direct. And I said, we're on vacation. We're trying to get away from all of that. We don't really want to talk about it.
Oh, so they didn't actually accuse you of anything. You just didn't want to answer a question. Why? Why didn't you want to answer that question?
I genuinely just wanted to go in, enjoy some pints. And if it was a friendly conversation, I will gladly go back and forth. But to bring up any sensitive topic, anything like that, I would have said the same thing. Like, I don't want to talk about that. It's uncomfortable.
We wouldn't want you to be uncomfortable, not a little uncomfy. But again, you still haven't talked about who it is you voted for because you want to ignore that on your holiday. Could it possibly be you voted for somebody who has not made it just uncomfy, but rather unbearable, unlivable, deadly even to live in this country, stripping millions of people of their affordable health care, abducting parents off the street, leaving children to come home to empty homes, putting 13-year-old pregnant girls in a detention center in Texas? They are great victims, and now you're also forcing them to give birth. I mean, God forbid
Crazy.
you be a little uncomfy on your holiday, though.
Not because of like directly what's going on. Any sensitive topic, why would you want, especially while drinking, why would you want to talk about something so sensitive?
Why not just say who you voted for? Because at no point has anyone ever asked me who I voted for, and I not just said confidently Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Barack Obama. In fact, a lot of y'all like to even say you voted for Barack Obama. Like, oh, come on. Why not just say who you voted for? Because honestly, it's a fair question considering how crazy the world is, as you yourself admit. And before you say you didn't, you posted this the other day talking about how we're canceling people because of who they allegedly voted for. But wait, I saw this. What was that? And what is this one?
Oh, so you really don't care about illegal immigrants being detained by ICE and families being separated? No.
Let me just see if I've got this right. You're on holiday, as you put it, trying to escape all the bad things happening, the bad things that are happening because of the person you voted into office. Then when asked about it, asked who did you vote for, you didn't want to talk about it. And then you yourself admit that they continued to drink and talk about politics because they had the fucking news on when you walked in. And things got more and more angry, which tells me that they had more to say about Donald Trump, who is a fucking clown show, and you didn't like it. And you felt personally attacked while admitting they weren't actually directing it at you.
And because the news was on and because people tend to drink in pubs, and the more upset they were getting and the more nasty the comments began to come. And although they may not have been directed directly to me or my husband.
I've been to Ireland twice. It was a fantastic time. Never once was I embarrassed to talk about who it is I support politically because I care more about other people than I do my fucking self, including other countries like Ireland, who has been negatively impacted by this administration as well. You tried to escape all of it to go on holiday. Congratulations, you're allowed to go on vacation, but you're not a fucking victim because of who you chose to vote for, and you're now embarrassed by it.
A lot of MAGA voters have been crying out saying, this isn't what we voted for. And honestly, it's wide to watch. These are the same folks who were rocking those red hats, screaming, make America great again, and swearing Trump was the man who will fix the economy, bring back jobs, and make life easier. Now, they are realizing their dream they were sold isn't matching the reality they are living. Back in 2016, and again after, Trump came in promising to drain the swamp, protect the working class, and make America rich again. A lot of people, especially small business owners, factory workers, and middle-class folks really believe that. They thought he was gonna, fight for them, lower cost, and put America first. Fast forward to now, and those same people are watching their grocery bills skyrocket, rent shoot up, and their town struggling. And suddenly, that red hat pride turned into regret.
I voted for Trump twice, and this is so bad. Everything that he campaigned on, he has gone against and put up blockade after blockade. Trump meme coin, World Liberty Finance, Epstein files, Jersey drones, bombing Iran the first time, going to war with Iran, regime change, Venezuela, regime change, Cuba, regime change, Greenland, fuck knows.
This is for you, man. Look, I know you've got a lot on your plate. I know you have a lot to do and a lot to keep this country safe, and I appreciate that. But you made us a campaign promise. And I remember you said it at every stop. I'm going to fix the economy and get prices more affordable. You ain't done none of that. Not even a little bit. Stores are price gouging us on tariffs. Stuff that they're putting on tariffs on. And guess what? They're made here in America. You call it like your agencies call it out, but nothing gets done. The stores aren't made to put the prices back. They're not made to fix anything. No, instead, what are they doing? Still charge us the same prices. In fact, they're raising prices even higher. And your administration is doing nothing to help that. Nothing. Not a thing. You have done absolutely nothing to help that. And I'm sorry, but we're struggling. You're erasing the middle class. You said, oh, the left, they're all about erasing the middle class. No. You are too, because you're doing the same exact thing. You're not doing anything to help us. I know you got a lot on your plate, but man, just take a day or 2 days and do something to turn around the economy in this country. People are struggling. People are losing their homes because they can't afford. They have to choose between making a car payment or putting food on their table. People are having to choose between paying their credit cards down or putting food on the table. Or they're having to max out their credit cards to pay bills because everything is so daggum expensive. Gas should be going down. We're drilling in America. Why is gas still over $2.89 a gallon? Why is things so damn expensive under you this time, but last time is so much cheaper? I know the Biden administration screwed up the economy and made inflation just skyrocket. But there are things that you can do to fix it, and you need to do it.
Before and after edition of FAFO. Tennessee State Representative Susan Lynn on November 7th left this post for Donald where it says the following. Dear President, I want to take a minute to say thank you. Regardless of the outcome of this election, you deserve my gratitude. Thank you for not plunging my son and daughter-in-law into another war. Thank you for walking through hell and back for the American people. Thank you for doing it for free. Thank you for working through the night while my family was tucked safely in bed. Thank you for standing strong and staring adversity in the face. Thank you for keeping God in the country I love. Thank you for not backing down when the weight of the world was against you. Thank you for putting your family in the line of fire when you didn't have to. Thank you for standing up for women. Thank you for not being a politician. Thank you for being raw and even sometimes too much. Thank you for standing up for the unborn. Thank you for caring about the little guy. Thank you for working harder than any president in my lifetime ever has. Thank you for your service to this country. You were part of some of the greatest days of my life. Thank you, win or lose, I am a fan. You have fulfilled every promise you have made to me, and for that, I am thankful. May God always bless you and your family for most of a grateful nation. Thank you. Well, let's see how Susan's doing now. Because just a few short hours ago, she writes the following. Please pray for our troops. And if you'd be so kind, especially remember to pray for my son and his family. He was called up and deployed this morning. We do not know where. Yeah, so back in 2020, she was praising Donald for not getting her son and daughter-in-law in war. And now underneath Donald, her son may be actually going into a war since he's deployed.
I'm so disgusted with this administration, with so many of the people who I knew personally, who looked me in the face over many years, told us that this was things they believed. Joke's on me for believing them. And I also, I'm really terrified about where this brings us, not just in terms of the region. Think about where we are. This country is now at war with Iran, embroiled in a full-blown regional conflict with no congressional authorization, no debate. How many times did we say over the last preceding years? 90% of Americans had no idea any of this was happening. Carrier strike groups that were on there were there. Many of them are waking up, and all they have is a Twitter video released by the president at 2 a.m. As of right now, the president is not scheduled to make any public remarks. That is how much contempt that they have for all of us, is that they don't have to explain their actions. They can launch this war completely of choice. Our Congress is a joke, absent for Ro Khanna. Everybody in the Democrat and the Republican Party who, even remotely is upset about this is like, but what about the process? Will anybody think of the process and of the strategic end? There's no strategic end game. Trump said it. It's about regime change.
Today is my rest day after my slow 10 miles yesterday. But the only thing I can do is get outside, find some fresh air, and pray for peace.
Voted for Kamala Harris in 2024, terrible things would happen. Grocery prices would go through the roof. Nobody'd be able to fucking afford anything, and we'd be at war within a year. And it looks like they were right. I voted for Kamala Harris in 2024. 77 million of you window-licking, bigoted pieces of shit. We're not smart enough to do the same. And now, grocery prices are through the roof. Nobody can fucking afford anything. And we all just watched a demented septuagenarian do his best Lord Farquaad impression, talking about, some of you may die, as he drags us into a war that is, by his own admission, without congressional approval. So I ask you this today, MAGA. How you fucking feeling? I hope all you MAGA chuds that never shut the fuck up about he's the president of peace and we can't have a woman president, she might start a war on her time of the month, are ready to go die in the Middle East for a president who started a war so we'd all forget that he's best friends with a bunch of fucking pedophiles. Excellent work, dumb fuck. I'll leave you with a quote from the president that you love to support. Our president will start a war with Iran because he's completely unable to negotiate. He's weak and ineffective. I'd tell you to think on that, but you have clearly been spared the burdens of intelligence. So instead, I'm gonna tell you to get fucked.
Hey everybody, so I wanted to do a little story time with you guys today. Normally I would never jump on here and do a story time, but the most insane thing happened to me today where I actually have to do this. And immediately after this happened, I called my older sister and my husband, and I'm like, you guys are never gonna believe what just happened to me today. And they were like, what? And I told them, and they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I'm like, I know, literally insane. And my sister's like, you need to post and tell everyone about that because that's crazy. So I went to my eyelash appointment today. I've been seeing her for quite a few years. She does eyelash extensions, lash lifts, all the things. Anyways, so I get in there and I'm like, hi, how are you today? And she just looked at me and I was like, weird, she's never ever been like this. So I was like, she must be having a bad day. Just immediately what I thought. And then she's like, do you even know what's going on in today's world? And I was like, oh, are you talking about the ice here? And she's like, yes, and went on this big tangent about they're destroying our streets, all of these things. I was just listening to her. I was like, okay. And she's like, my husband's Colombian, this is just disgusting. And so I was listening to her, and then she's like, I have 2 questions for you. And I was like, okay. She's like, do you support Donald Trump and do you support ICE? So I was like, okay, I'm not going to lie to her. So I was like, yes, I did vote for President Donald Trump. And secondly, I do enforcement. I can't imagine having that job. And she's like, there's the door. Get the F out of here. And I looked at her and I was like, so you're not going to do my eyelashes because I support Donald Trump and I support our federal law enforcement? She's like, yes, get the F out of here. And so I tried taking a video too, and it didn't go all the way. So I only got the tail end of it by just a wave. And I left and I was just stunned. I'm like, what the heck?
Story time. So I recently ran into a MAGA hat here in Mexico, and here's the story, part 1. Just to give you a little context, this took place on November 3rd. Here in Mexico, it was actually the presidential election date, so it was 2 full months before the assault on the Capitol. We're having breakfast at the hotel, and I noticed the gentleman next to me is wearing a red hat, and I'm immediately very upset, so I proceed to ask him. I said, sir, I just want to know, why do you feel the need to be wearing a MAGA hat here in Mexico? And he answered that it was his freedom of speech. I said, yes, that is your freedom, but in your country, in our country, you don't have that freedom. And it's actually very offensive to everyone that you're wearing that hat, starting with myself. We get into a little bit of an argument. I'm very upset, so I have to move tables, and then I proceed to apologize to the restaurant manager for the scene, not so much because I regretted confronting him. And go to the next story for part 2.
MAGA reaction to Trump's war on Iran has made it so glaringly obvious that they never had a core ideology. It's all about this cult-like following of Donald Trump. What he says goes. If he contradicts himself and what he campaigned on, it doesn't matter because he is the unfailing leader. If Joe Biden gave a speech asking MAGA supporters to make peace with the idea that American soldiers would lose their lives in a war for Israel's benefit, people would lose their minds. He literally ran as the pro-peace candidate and criticized everyone else for spending any money abroad, but now he's all about regime change. The MAGA movement was allegedly all about keeping American taxpayer dollars in the United States, and yet suddenly all of these Trump supporters are on board with the fact that no, we are going to spend our taxpayer dollars bombing Iran. The craziest part to me is that when they're confronted with their hypocrisy, they pretend like nothing is there, like they can't see it. Trump himself has made contradictory statements about ever getting involved in Iran, and yet here he is, and he can't even seem to square it.
Occasionally, I like to visit people's profiles that follow me or favorite my videos, and I've come across a handful that voted for Trump. Let me be clear. You're not welcome here. You voted for Schindler. You get to live in the mess he made. I made this page for people that you voted against to find a safe place to call home. Not for you to figure out how to work abroad or have an extended vacation. No. We want to escape. Furthermore, other countries do not want Trump supporters. You're not welcome there. The rest of the world watches in disbelief as his cult cheers on his extremism, and they want no part of it. It's actually really embarrassing how much the other countries mock us because of him. You think the world, billions of people, are wrong, and you and your cult of 70,000 other followers are enlightened? Bitch, please. So once again, do not follow me if you voted for Trump. You're not welcome here, or anywhere else in the world.
It's going there. It's standing up against Donald Trump. In an unprecedented recent show of force, Europe's three largest economies, Germany, the UK and France, have issued a joint statement, along with the Netherlands and most of the Nordics, standing up for Greenland's right to remain part of Denmark. The statement reads, "Tariff threats undermine transatlantic relations and risk a dangerous downward spiral." Donald Trump has, of course, threatened new taxes on goods coming from those countries into America if those countries continue to oppose his plan to take over Greenland. They add that they stand in full solidarity with the Kingdom of Greenland and the people of Greenland. We stand ready to engage in a dialogue based on the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity that we stand firmly behind, they say. Also punchy, they added that the recent Danish military exercises in Greenland were a reflection of this position and that they pose no threat to anyone.
If not most of us here in the States are feeling at least a little bit of pride that the new Pope is an American. MAGA world is not. Instead, they are furious that this Pope stands for Catholic values like peace, kindness, and helping the disadvantaged. Conspiracy theorist Laura Loomer called the Pope another Marxist puppet in the Vatican. Chris Matthews, an Irish Catholic who went to Holy Cross, a Jesuit college. I miss you, buddy. It's good to have you back.
Thank you very much. This is what it takes, Katie.
I know. It took an American Pope. And look what brought us back together.
It's an amazing story. I was wafted. For these people to jump on this new Pope, I am thrilled about an American Pope. I can speak to the Pope in my language, in his language, without a translator, an interpreter. We're together. In a chance that he comes to America, and he will come to America, with his Chicago accent and his background as a graduate of Villanova in Philadelphia, he is going to be one of ours. And I think it's fabulous.
Yeah,
and I just do. And I don't understand any other emotion by an American Catholic about this new Pope, except he's one of us.
Admitted that he was going to vote for Donald Trump. And I'm just,
that was it.
I can't share my life with somebody that's going to support that direction. I mean, this individual is a convicted felon, will say offensive remarks about women, about different ethnicities, and I find it highly offensive. How can this man lead our country when he's in a position of power and will openly insult different groups? It's very offensive.
I believe that Kamala Harris is the leader that we need, and she gives us, a seat at the table. And if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. But I don't know how many people would have gone as far as to split with their significant other because of a political view. Do you regret your decision to leave?
No. I am a strong woman, and I believe that women out there need to be strong and stay steadfast in their convictions. Ladies, we need to band together.
The restaurant owner was surrounded by dozens of ICE vehicles after refusing to serve ICE agents.
I'm just a business owner, man. I'm a citizen. Why are y'all doing this to me?
Shop owner Rob Brown stated that several National Guard vehicles were parked in front of his shop, blocking the entrance and affecting his business. He approached them to ask them to move their vehicles and reiterated his store policy. No ICE or other immigration enforcement personnel are allowed inside without a judicial search warrant. This apparently angered them, and within minutes, a large number of law enforcement officers arrived on the scene. Witnesses reported approximately 40 to 50 vehicles, including those from ICE and the Memphis Police Department.
I'm just a business owner,
Waste
man.
of money.
I'm a citizen. Why are y'all doing this to me?
Waste of money.
The standoff lasted about 30 minutes before the law enforcement officers quietly left. No arrests were made and no searches or enforcement actions were carried out.
Just bored.
The Memphis Police Department confirmed their presence at the scene, stating it was for protective measures due to the potential for conflict arising from the gathering crowd.
You know that's a crime, right?
It's not.
Discrimination.
We have the right to refuse service here, and that's what we
Not
did.
due to political views, though.
Yeah, we're at Smoothie King, and they're discriminating and saying we cannot get service because Jake has a Trump service on. So we were just wanting a smoothie, and you literally looked at us, and I asked you if everything was okay. You said we don't feel comfortable serving you because of my husband's hoodie. That is discrimination. That has nothing to do with us wanting a smoothie. You don't, but you don't own this. You don't own Smoothie King.
Good luck taking your appointment.
What's embarrassing is that we're American citizens, and I wanted to get a smoothie.
Discrimination.
We have the right to refuse service here, and that's what we
Not
did.
due to political views, though.
You asked her what was wrong, and she said that she was on precipice, right or wrong. You asked the question, she answered, have a great day. Have a great day. Call the police.
Wow. Yeah, I am going to call the police.
Bovino got kicked out of a bar in Las Vegas last weekend. You probably remember him as the former U.S. Border Patrol Commander-at-Large, who's removed following the murder of Alex Preddy. The bar, Bottle Blonde, told the Daily Beast that they reserved the right to refuse service to any patron at its discretion, and that once they found out he was there, he was asked to leave for the safety of the patrons. The guy who threw up this hand symbol and then was pulled by the Trump admin for the violence in Minnesota was drinking red wine with his buddies in a club in Vegas not days later. And meanwhile, the murderers of Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and Keith Porter Jr. have not had any charges filed against them. So shout out to this bar for doing the right thing. We can't let anybody involved in this regime get comfortable. Yet Greg Bovino doesn't deserve to have a good time.
Look at this individual here. He posted this on Facebook. I will not perform anesthesia for any surgeries or procedures for MAGA. It is my right, it is my ethical oath, and I stand behind my education. I own all of my businesses and can refuse anyone. So it seems he's a nurse in the state of Florida, or was a nurse in the state of Florida. Now the Attorney General for the state of Florida said effective today, Eric Martindale is no longer a registered nurse in Florida. Healthcare is not contingent on political beliefs, and we have zero tolerance for partisans who put politics above their ethical duty to treat patients with respect and the dignity they deserve. If you were reading along with me, you noticed I kind of mixed up the last part, but you got the point. I would call this accountability. I mean, medical licenses come with conditions on conduct. Licensing boards evaluate fitness to practice, professional judgment, the ability to provide unbiased care, also if there are risks to public safety. And the blatant statement that he made shows a lack of ability to act neutrally. It shows a very obvious willingness to discriminate and the potential abandonment of patients. It's good to see these people held accountable. We shouldn't have them in our medical field. Shout out to the leaders in Florida for making this happen.
Hey, you know what up? Y'all Mexicans that do for us too? The wrong with y'all? Y'all proud? Not at all.
What the I'm live.
No wonder you got wear a mask.
I got their stun guns out. Deep. This is like wow. Every day.
Where's your warrant? They asked you to leave. They asked you to leave. Where's your warrant? They asked you to leave.
Take off your mask. Take off your mask.
Fat.
From a judge.
Out of here, you fat little.
You learned from a judge. Un-American piece of
Nazi piece of.
Oh.
The only reason I'm being rude is because I was booed by a waitress.
Freedom of speech, and so does she. So
Freedom of speech? Is this? Okay. So I'm not welcome here just because of this MAGA
never
hat.
said that. You were outside on the street.
Am I not welcome?
You're totally
I walked up with my friend to have a drink and hang out, and then she just booed me.
I understand the situation.
Tell me who the owner is.
Gary Rack. It's on the sign
What is
outside.
What is it?
You can write a review.
Should I leave because of my MAGA hat, or can we just?
No, it's not because of the hat at all.
I'm pretty sure. Is it the hat? Because you're the one who booed me. Is it the hat? No. I walked into this restaurant. This lady is booing me as I'm walking in. What's your name? And you're the manager, right? Okay. So how is this appropriate that a waitress can boo a guy walking into a restaurant?
That's not appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't agree with that.
And what is your name? My name is Mike. And this is a franchise? I got kicked out of this bar because I was wearing a MAGA hat.
Melbourne pub patron has been left stunned after being asked to remove his Donald Trump Make America Great Again cap or leave the venue. Angelo Notto was celebrating at the Captain Baxter Bar in St Kilda on Australia Day when he was approached by management.
Well, I was told it was political incitement, which I think is completely nonsense. It wasn't. I was actually just having a bad hair day, and I liked the hat and I wanted to wear it.
Mr Notta says that the manager had an American accent and he wonders if the request was politically motivated.
Action.
I want you to get the hell out of my office. Like I told you, I'm not seeing you. Take that ridiculous hat off if you want to be seen by me. This is insane. What's insane is you coming in my office. I have the right not to see you. He can be sick. He can stay sick. He can remain sick.
That's a lawsuit. You can see me when I come in here. I got insurance. I'll pay for my insurance. And you go see me. Or you go and get someone else and tell them to come see me.
There was a famous story back in 2010 involving Dr. Jack Cassell, who put a sign in front of his practice telling his patients that if they voted for President Obama, they could find health services elsewhere. For a doctor to refuse coverage to their patient due to their political beliefs, whether it's on the right or the left, violates their ethical code of conduct, and absolutely they could lose their license for it. The law protects against discrimination from certain categories such as race, gender, religion, creed, but not healthcare services. There is no federal law preventing private doctors in private practice from refusing to provide services to a patient, even if that's based on their political views. So they may run the risk of losing their license, but it makes the doctor not guilty of a crime because politics is not a protected class. And this was a private doctor in a private practice.
Yesterday, the U.S. government said to all Americans in the Middle East, get out. Today, they gave us a number to call, right, for assistance. They said, here's a number to figure it out. I called the number. Do you know what happened when I called the number?
If you are calling about the crisis in the Middle East, please press 1. If not, press 2. Please do not rely on the U.S. government for assisted departure or evacuation at this time. There are currently no United States evacuation points. Please continue to check the embassy's website for updated information.
What the does that mean? Am I in a Hunger Games movie now and I didn't choose to be in it? Huh? What do you mean I have to figure it out? You put me in this situation. Your actions put me in this situation. And now you're telling, hey, buddy, figure it out, man. Rely on God. Allah is your last reliant. And guess why I am going to rely on God? Because I can't rely on you. Left me a voice recorded message? Astaghfirullah.
I am speaking to every single American, every single American soldier, every single American troop, and especially your families. What are you guys thinking? I want you guys to watch this clip, please.
Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
Did you see the way the reporter asked the Iranian delegate? He said, America is thinking of bringing troops onto the Iranian soil. He had a little smirk and he said, yeah, we are waiting for that. Why do you guys think he's waiting for it? So I am pleading to the American soldiers and your families. Why do you guys want to fight the fight for Netanyahu? Iranians have never done anything to Americans. They haven't attacked America. So why are we going into Iran? Just because Netanyahu thinks it's a threat. I'm sorry. Tell me if I'm wrong. Isn't Netanyahu the biggest threat to this world? Until then, people, God bless you all.
The Antichrist spoke this morning and he said, and I quote, "There will be no deal with Iran, only unconditional surrender," which means this is a forever war. It's a forever war. According to the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, it's a holy war. Did you guys know that? We're in a holy war? You didn't know? I guess you guys know this. Holy wars don't fucking end. They're forever wars. The guy who said no new wars, the peace candidate president, he is now advocating and telling all of us, not only are we in a forever war, it's a holy war, and he's going to start another one in about a month. In Cuba, he actually said this. They had a conversation, and somebody brought up Cuba, and he said, oh, Cuba's next. Cuba's next. A lot of people say you shouldn't do multiple things at the same time, but I'm different. We're smarter. He literally took the lessons of every other crazed dictator, madman in history and said, I'm built different. I can fight a Western and Eastern war. We are so fucked. We're so fucked. And he's the fucking Antichrist. And if you voted for him, if you have that red hat, that's the mark of the beast on your fucking forehead. It's not MAGA, it's Magog. Fuck you. Anybody who voted for this, anybody who didn't fucking listen, fuck you. I'm done. I'm done being nice. This has been, by the way, this has been me being nice to you fuckers. You've killed millions of people with your fucking actions. You idiot!
Are now telling ABC News Russia is providing Iran with intelligence, including locations of American troops in the region. Russia has not responded to those allegations. It comes as the IDF says it struck an Islamic Revolutionary Guard command center used by Hezbollah in Lebanon. Thousands of people are trying to leave that area right now. The Lebanese Health Ministry says at least 123 people have been killed in the Israeli attacks so far. Residential buildings and businesses also destroyed.
This means that Russia is taking sides, obviously. Like the beginning of the war, Russia and China both have been sitting this one out. And it seems that if this report is true, if Russia is really working with the Iranians in order to help the Iranians attack American bases or American interests in the Middle East, then definitely Russia is being involved heavily. This I don't know how this is going to evolve. I don't know how the Trump administration or Trump himself is going to deal with this, but this definitely says something about Russia's involvement to taking not just sides politically, but also militarily helping Iran against America.
$890 million per day. Think about that. That's how much Trump is costing us in a war with Iran. $890 million per day. What do you think our country could do with that money in just 30 days? Social Security secured for every generation for life. Universal health care for everyone. A livable wage for teachers and nurses so they wouldn't have to pay out of their own pocket for supplies while billionaire fat cats profit. The only war that we should be in today is a war on greed. A war on poverty. Because once that war starts, and we take back from the billionaires and the corrupt politicians everything they took from all of us, only then will we truly be America first. The y'all MAGA people want to keep on making justifications for this immoral, corrupt pedo POTUS. Because you're too prideful. You're too consumed with hubris. You can't simply say you were wrong. And I will repeat, as I always have, even though y'all hate me, denouncing Donald Trump and this administration does not magically turn you into a mythical lib. You can remain Republican and conservative, and we can still disagree about shit. And we will. But the MAGA movement is and always was a foreign-funded psyop to get you to not only want to harm me, but harm yourselves. Remember when that flag stood for freedom? All you gotta do is reach out and admit it.
Oh, you mean to tell me that Iran is painting pictures of helicopters on the ground and the U.S. and Israel is blowing these motherfuckers up thinking that they're real helicopters? And posting that shit online, man. Posting that shit online. They paint pictures of helicopters on the ground and y'all thinking this shit is real? I mean, hitting these so-called targets, ain't no debris or nothing flying up in the goddamn air. And they... Yeah! I didn't know if people be trolling in wars, man. You know what I'm saying? That is like first class trolling right there, man. And no wonder they running out of ammunition because they hit shit like that. Blowing up goddamn birthday balloons in El Paso and all this old bullshit, man. Are you fucking serious right now?
You want to know the truth? I'll tell you the truth. The United States is losing the war on Iran. There are far more U.S. soldiers that have died than the administration is admitting. We're talking, it's in the hundreds. A significant number of U.S. bases across the Gulf nations have not just been damaged, but been functionally destroyed.
In Israel and our U.S. bases, all of our bases have been destroyed. Our harbor installations are destroyed. We're actually having to fall back on India and Indian ports, which are less than ideal. That's what the Navy says. And I think Iran, much to our disappointment, is faring very, very well.
America's radar capacity has been severely hampered. A lot of America's weapons are being wasted on paintings on the ground. And generally speaking, and most importantly, we're on track to completely lose this war. And this loss will not only mean the end of the current administration, it's going to mean the end of the United States empire, it's going to mean the end of the United States, and it's going to mean the end of Israel. Unfortunately, many people in the global south, many people in Western Asia are going to be made to suffer by the tantrums being thrown by these two powers who express their discontent via mass death against typically civilian populations. That will be what we as humanity have to experience, and it's going to be wretched, and that's why we have to be committed in fighting fascism and imperialism. That's why we have to be committed to fighting colonialism and capitalism, okay? We can't skip any of these battles, but it is important to note that what we are watching is the end of this horrifying 500-600 year project. The war with Iran is the death throes of this entire world order.
The music in the back, by the way, is like, you could have at least chose a little bit of different music. This is like, I don't know.
The entire system is coming crashing down. The United States will not survive this war. It will not. I don't think people realize what's coming. And when that collapse happens, whatever shape it takes for the United States, that will mean that Israel will then be isolated because they've burned all their other bridges. And I'm not just talking about military and defense. I'm talking about having any kind of functioning economy. You know, we talk a lot about military conflicts and resistance, but Israel is already in collapse from an economic standpoint because of civilians like you and me engaged in boycotts. Those boycotts and divestment movements have crippled the Israeli economy, and that's why it's completely dependent on the U.S. taxpayer. So once they lose that lifeline, economically and militarily, they will have no capacity to continue existing logistically.
On the straight is Iran is running shit down. They are not playing with the United States. I was unfamiliar with your game. The reason why is because the media is not reporting it. I was unfamiliar. I'm sorry, Iran. I was unfamiliar because our media is saying that y'all only took 6 of us out. I didn't know it was 500 plus. My bad. My bad. My American media is not being honest with me. They were not being honest with me. I had to hear it from some other niggas.
You mean to tell me some people being unalived on U.S. soil is going to make America great again? You mean to tell me that some of y'all got in that booth and voted for this, knowing that this man is unhinged and 81 years old? Y'all don't understand. He doesn't give a damn about what happens years to come. Why? Why would he? He's 81. But y'all really got in that booth and voted against your own best interest. Some of y'all make 75 to 100 at best, being taxed out the kazoo, trying to accumulate all the write-offs you can, not even working within your own proper social class, right? And knowing that some of them are far out there and look down on you just voted with because you feel that this is where you belong. And let me tell you something. Most of the time, they're not serving you. They're serving the people that make $250,000 or better. Sorry to break it to you. But hey, you get to wear a red t-shirt and a red hat and make yourself feel great. Good luck.
Coming out in the last 24 hours, we are hearing that Iran is now directly threatening U.S. homes. Iranian Quds Forces warns the enemy will no longer be safe anywhere, not even in their own homes. And this is just the headline, but just to clarify, they're speaking directly of the United States, American citizens in their own houses. Now, the IDF Israel this morning flattens the building where Iran's assembly of experts was picking Khamenei's successor. We're hearing that the remaining leaders of the IRGC were assembling today to determine the successor of Khamenei, and Israel destroyed the building they were going to meet in before they were able to get together. We're hearing that they are just decimating Iran. And in addition to that, as we mentioned, the concerns about Iran hitting the U.S. households. You can see here warnings of Iranian sleeper cells. This must be taken seriously at this time, as we're hearing that there is the threat of lone wolf actors and sleeper cell activations as a result of the war and the conflict taking place in the Middle East.
Says the U.S. will no longer be safe. What you mean by that? Because and whoever this man is, he's speaking for all Democrats. He's sick of Donald Trump, okay? I've been watching CNN all day. He's sick of Donald Trump. No, seriously, he's sick. And then what you... Officials from the Pentagon has announced and confirmed that the United States military has sunken 11 Iran military ships at the Gulf of Oman. They started with 11 and now they have 0. Y'all going and fuck with the church's money. This is too much for me.
Some major Iran news this morning. According to the Daily Mail, the White House is actively blocking an intelligence report warning of rising U.S. homeland terror threats linked to the war in Iran. According to the report, the FBI, Homeland Security, and National Counterterrorism Center were preparing to put out a joint intelligence statement to state and local authorities warning them of heightened threat due to the war in Iran. Top Trump officials, however, put a hold on that 5-page bulletin, and the White House did not deny blocking the terror bulletin in a statement to the Daily Mail. The official title of the bulletin was, quote, a public safety awareness report, elevated threat in the United States during U.S.-Iran conflict. Now, meanwhile, a classified report by the National Intelligence Council, according to the Washington Post, representing the collective wisdom of America's 18 intelligence agencies, says that even a large-scale assault on Iran would not be able to oust its military and cleric establishment. So as Donald Trump prepares to put boots on the ground, potentially in the near future, it doesn't appear that it would even work if he did. So we'll see what happens. Spread the word. Follow along for more.
Iran warns U.S. will no longer be safe. Now, Iran, chill with that. Because I ain't the only ones that got switches and button ears. Me, bro, we shoot like you musketeers. Hey, I gotta chill, relax, get into negotiations, cause we really don't really like us, the citizens, not really on that, but we could get on that. You know what I'm saying? And if I call bro got the switches, he gotta come through Fiji. I'm telling y'all gotta just chill. I'm not even trying to get on there. Like, I'm not trying to get back on 2016 time, and I'm trying to chill. Because if I get the button, first nigga move.
Donald Trump was just asked if Americans should fear a possible retaliatory attack in the United States from Iran, and he said, I guess. Yeah, a very inspiring answer that makes me fully confident that he knows what he's doing. So Trump was asked about this by Time magazine, and he acknowledges the possibility by saying, I guess, but I think they're worried about that all the time. We think about it all the time. We plan for it. But yeah, we expect some things. Like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die. This is him being asked about civilians in the United States. He's like, well, yeah, I guess. Normal presidents would reassure the American people, say, no, you have nothing to fear. We have everything under control. We're keeping a watch out all the time. Instead, Donald Trump, who has absolutely no idea what's happening in the world around him, just goes, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I guess. This war is going to continue. It's not getting any better. Matter of fact, it's getting worse. It's probably going to stretch for an even longer period of time than anybody anticipates. But remember, regarding here in the United States, if you see something, say something. As always, that's a standard rule. But, there you go. Donald Trump.
Donald Trump just acknowledged that Americans on American soil could be targeted because of the war in Iran that he started. In an interview with Time magazine, the reporter asked him pointedly, hey, so do you think Americans should be concerned that Iran will attack Americans on American soil? So where you live right now if you're in America. And Donald Trump said, and I quote, I guess. He says, yeah, but I think Americans are always concerned about an attack from an international military. And like I said, some people will pass away. That happens sometimes in a war. Now, it was pretty ridiculous when he was saying that about American soldiers, because American soldiers are America, right? American soldiers' lives cost just as much as a civilian life. But at least they signed up for that, right? This reporter explicitly said, okay, an attack on American soil, right? The last one was 9/11. Right? And he's saying, yeah, that can happen. Some people will pass away. And honestly, it's this whole war situation has been depressing me because I don't really know what I could say to kind of make it clock to people that we're in a lot of danger, right? There have been wars in my lifetime, right? And lots of people lost their life. Lots of people have sons that didn't come home because of Iraq and Afghanistan, another war we didn't need to go to. But at least then the government was run by hyper-competent adults that had an evil agenda, but they did at least have the knowledge required to pull off what they wanted to do. Donald Trump is a billionaire, okay? He's gotten everything handed to him on a silver plate. He's been avoiding military service since he was a teenager. He is more than willing to cause mass suffering across the world just to have his own ambitions fulfilled. And he's an 80-year-old man. He knows he's not going to be around to face the consequences of the world he created. He ran on no more wars, guys. That's what people told me. They were like, Trump is going to save us. Trump is going to stop us from going to another war. And now those same people, like I knew they would, are all for it. They're like, it's not that big of a deal. What's the matter? I'm not going to war. It's them, those soldiers and stuff. And all I'm saying is this. If that's how you feel, you go fight.
News out of Iran. Iranian leaders are now openly threatening Donald Trump's life. Iran National Security Council official Ali Larijani said, quote, we won't let Trump off the hook. He must pay the price. He has martyred our leader and our people. This is not a simple matter. We will not let it go until we retaliate in kind. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister just issued a scathing response to Donald Trump after Trump posted a message earlier today claiming that Iran had already apologized and effectively surrendered in the region. In the statement, Iran's foreign minister says that their president had signaled openness to de-escalation, provided that neighboring countries did not allow their airspace, territory, or waters to be used to attack the Iranian people. But now the foreign minister says that that opportunity was almost immediately killed by Trump's comments, claiming that this amounted to surrender and calling Iran the, quote, losers of the Middle East. The statement says that if Trump is seeking escalation, that is, quote, precisely what our armed forces have long been prepared for and what he will get. Trump's message this morning not only mocked Iran for saying they wouldn't fire on neighbors who didn't allow their countries to be used as bases to attack them, but it also says that Iran was, quote, being beat to hell and warned that additional targets were now under consideration for attack. Iran's foreign minister slammed Trump's war as a, quote, misadventure that will ultimately cost the United States billions of dollars and more lives while escalating tensions across the region. The foreign minister said the following, quote, the American people voted to end involvement in costly quagmires in the Middle East. Instead, they have ended up with an administration that Netanyahu, after decades of failed attempts, finally managed to dupe into fighting Israel's wars. This is a war of choice pursued by a small cabal of Israel firsters, and Israel first always means America last. In a major escalation, Israel is now attacking oil refineries in Iran, and Iran now says that they are targeting Israel's refinery and infrastructure. It's clear at this moment that this war is only getting started. Stay safe, spread the word, and follow along for more.
Wow! Wow! Did this motherfucker? Wow! Wow! Y'all people shit. Wow as fuck! Okay, so you mean to you mean to tell me my ass have to sit here and live off of a motherfucking prayer because this motherfucker said in a fucking quote, oh, there could be a retaliation within the United States. Oh, well, it's gonna be okay. Like, what? Excuse me? So hold the fuck on. So you're not coming up with any kind of solution to protect Americans. You're not coming up with no kind of solution to stop these motherfuckers from biting our motherfucking asses. You just came out and said in our quote and remind y'all this is the person that is running this goddamn motherfucking country. He said in our fucking quote. Oh, well, this is a part of war. So if Americans die by some kind of retaliation by Iran, it just fucking happened. Wow!
In an interview with ABC News' Jonathan Carroll, Trump was asked whether Americans should worry about retaliatory attacks inside the United States after the recent military escalation with Iran, right? And his response, Trump's response was, when you go to war, some people will die. Some people will die. That answer would have been alarming under any circumstances, in my opinion. But it lands very differently when you consider what's been happening inside the U.S. security apparatus. Over the past month, there have been major concerns about disruptions within the institutions responsible for monitoring domestic threats, including FBI personnel firings and reassignments, counter-terror resources being shifted away from their original focus, in political pressure inside intelligence agencies, investigative resources redirected to political priorities, right? These are the same institutions that track foreign retaliation and domestic terror threats. So when Americans hear their president say retaliation is possible at home and casually, some people will die, the obvious question becomes, who is actually preventing that? Is anyone? Leadership during moments of escalation usually means reassuring the public and showing control of the security apparatus. Instead, Americans were given a reminder that war has consequences, including potentially here inside the U.S. What do you think?
This is a vivid demonstration of very well-known, prominent Trump fans, whether they're in your feeds, as they say, or not, going through their own personal experience of the harm of these Trump economic policies as their viewers watch.
Because Donald Trump is the nominee against Joe Biden, I won't just vote for him. I will walk over broken glass to vote for him. His giant tariff policy that he just dropped on the market unilaterally, probably unconstitutionally.
Everyone in this room, everyone loves you. And I just want to say you're a true hero for this country.
I don't know how many of you guys are invested in crypto or stocks. What the is going on with our country? Guys, why am
I'm voting for Trump. Trump has put his tariffs all over the place. I've been trying to understand them. I don't. And everything's in the because of it. Donald Trump just cost me $20 million or whatever he did. Maybe don't be on the golf course.
I got to get something off my chest that's really been irritating me. I am so fucking tired of MAGA people constantly deflecting with, what about Obama? What about Biden? Who gives a fuck about them in this conversation? You guys literally worship an orange spray tan demigod who has the emotional intelligence of a second grader. A man who speaks like a cartoon villain with lines like, "We're always doing the best things and I know more about everything more than anyone else," while showing he doesn't know shit about anything. This guy constantly belittles anyone who doesn't agree with him, talks down to his own supporters, and demonizes immigrants and foreigners like some kind of 1940s propaganda reel. And don't even get me fucking started on this whole, "I can stop the Ukraine-Russia war in 24 hours. Bullshit. He made it sound like a cakewalk, and then the second he gets some fake-ass ceasefire deal from Putin, boom! An hour later, Russia attacks again. Legendary negotiator, my ass. He's a fraud, and anyone with a working brain cell can see it. And yet, despite all of this, you people are still blindly cheering as he prepares to fuck over the middle class yet again. This isn't speculation. There are literal tax analysis that confirm he's going to raise taxes on regular people while slashing them for the wealthy. But nah, you guys believe the fairy tale where he's going to give you tax-free tips, tax-free overtime, and a $5,000 stimulus check paid by fucking Doge. And let's get one thing straight. We were never out here buying Obama or Biden merch like you lunatics do for Trump, because we don't worship politicians like they're gods. They're fucking leaders, not cult figures. It's pathetic, and honestly, you should be ashamed of yourselves. And while we're on the topic of things that piss me off, I'm so fucking tired of you people screaming about trans people, coming after kids and indoctrinating them, when it's your literal own fucking party that's full of them. Pastors and priests getting caught for sexual assault, grooming, and sleeping with minors every other fucking week. You people are obsessed with protecting children from drag queens, reading books, but turn a blind eye to Republican lawmakers and godly priests actually molesting kids. And just because I support trans people doesn't mean I want every kid in the world to go through gender-affirming surgery. But you fucking morons think that that's what it means, because you can't think past the surface. All of you are surface-level thinkers, and it's fucking irritating. You hear one buzzword from Fox News, and suddenly you're an expert on child development, despite the fact that science, medical professionals, and reality prove you completely wrong time after time. You guys don't think, you regurgitate, and it's fucking exhausting.
Trump, but I certainly will not be doing that again.
When did Trump lose your support?
The nail in the coffin for me with Donald Trump?
Let me guess. Charlottesville.
No.
But, okay, let me
guess. You're not going to guess it.
Kids in cages.
Nope.
The insurrection, January 6th.
Nope.
Okay. Wait, hold on. First impeachment.
Nope.
Second impeachment.
Nope.
Okay, inviting white supremacists over to Mar-a-Lago.
No, but criticizing DeSantis before his election.
Wouldn't have guessed it. So that's the line right there.
That was the nail in the coffin.
I would have guessed kids in cages.
I told you wouldn't have guessed it.
I know.
I would have saved you 30 minutes.
This is why you come out and talk to people. You're constantly surprised.
A Trump supporter who fucked around and now his wife is finding out. Ciao. Meet Bradley Bartrell and Camila Munoz. Bradley, an American citizen and Trump supporter, voted for Trump knowing two things. Number one, that Trump had ran his presidential campaign with one of the biggest promises being that he was going to crack down on illegal immigrants. And number two, that his wife, who was from Peru, came to America on a work/student visa that she had now overstayed, making her an illegal immigrant. I hate my wife, final boss. I guess Bradley was under the impression that because Camila was working and because she had no criminal record, that she would be safe. But was she safe? Is J-Lo a good singer? Because it's the same answer. So last month, Bradley and Camila were on their way home from their honeymoon in Puerto Rico when an immigration agent pulled Camila aside. They asked Camila if she was a U.S. citizen. She responds no, but her husband and her were taking the steps so that she could one day get her U.S. citizenship. They said, I'm going to stop you right there, because we ain't asked all that. They said, we simply asked, are you a U.S. citizen? You said no, therefore we have a little wedding present for you. Snatched her ass right on up and took her to a detention center. Well, and now Bradley says he regrets his vote for Trump and is calling people heartless because they don't care that his wife now has concepts of housing. I'm going to hold your hand with a napkin in between when I say this. You are getting exactly what you voted for. Trump was very clear about his plans for people who are undocumented. You knew that your wife was undocumented. What the fuck did you expect? Like, unfortunately, there's been a tariff placed on thoughts and prayers, so I don't have those for you, but I do hope that you continue to get everything you voted for.
Are going to stop coming to the United States. There has been story after story of tourists being detained by ICE for no reason, being stripped, put in cold showers, interrogated, tortured, being detained indefinitely, not being allowed to speak to their family members, not being allowed to speak to their lawyers. Do you think anyone from Europe is going to want to come to the United States this summer? Our tourism industry has already died. The majority of people just don't realize it yet. And if you are not in the United States currently, I would highly advise, do not come here. You cannot trust us. You cannot trust our government. It is unsafe. Do not come here.
To come. He needs to come visit this school, come sit in these chairs, go eat lunch with them, see what it really is doing.
Federal funds that support some of the neediest kids in the country, like the ones we've seen here, are potentially on the chopping block in the next Trump administration.
Good morning, all you bulldogs. We're in a impoverished area. We guarantee them a hot breakfast, a hot lunch, snacks, supplies that they need.
Let's just talk about what losing federal funds would mean to this elementary school.
The impact on my school individually will be losing teachers. It is going to affect our students' learning. It's devastating for this school in particular.
80% of this county did vote for Donald Trump in November, but that doesn't mean that they believe that anything will be cut here. In fact, the 15 states that rely most on federal funding for schools all went for Trump.
And I voted for President Trump.
Do you believe that he would cut funding for this county?
I want to say in my heart, absolutely not. I do not think that's what the voters want.
Trump is panicking as Iran is refusing to agree to any ceasefire with the United States. Donald Trump's war against Iran is spiraling out of control. Donald Trump is trying to pretend to be tough, but everybody in the world just sees how weak he is right now. Donald Trump called up Mary Bruce of ABC, and she asked him if he's worried about the risk at home, if he's worried about the loss of life, if he's worried that Americans can now be targeted by terrorist attacks from Iran. Donald Trump told ABC, "I'm not worried about anything at all. I'm not worried." On the economic fallout of the war with Iran and rising gas prices, Donald Trump said, "I think it's fine. It's a little glitch. We had to take this detour. I knew exactly what was going to happen with the detour." While the American people didn't. This detour, you mean an unlawful war where American soldiers have already died, where the Middle East is now engulfed in war, and you have no exit strategy? Then in this phone call with Mary Bruce, Donald Trump says everything is on the table when it comes to ground forces or the news that he and Netanyahu are potentially planning to send special forces into Iran to capture the enriched uranium. Donald Trump says that Iran was planning to attack the entire Middle East. Iran was trying to take over all of the Middle East. That's why Donald Trump said we had to invade. So they're now just changing the story once again. It's just so utterly despicable that we have a regime that lies about literally everything. And Donald Trump says that if Iran chooses the next Ayatollah without consulting Donald Trump, he said the new one won't last long. They must consult me. I must be the one who picks the Ayatollah for them. They don't want you to pick their Ayatollah, Donald. And if you look at what's going on in Iran right now, look at how it actually visually looks. Black rain, nuclear winter essentially is descending on Iran. The United States and Israel keep on hitting these oil depots in Iran, and so it's raining this black rain. You have the sewage in Iran right now filled with the oil, and it's ignited, so you have fire basically everywhere. It's a scene straight out of hell in Iran right now with these Armageddon-like smoke clouds descending the entire city of Tehran and nearby areas into darkness. But then you also have Iran striking back with their cluster munitions and other ballistic missiles and Shahid drones. I mean, look at the aftermath of these cluster bomb attacks right here in Israel, specifically in Tel Aviv and in nearby cities as well, where Iran is inflicting a lot of damage there. Also, after the Trump regime stuck the desalination plants in Iran to try to deprive the people of Iran of purified water. Iran then attacked the desalination plants in Bahrain and had a direct strike there. I think it's critical that you all know that, yes, oil is usually thought of as the most prized possession in the Middle East, but purified water, drinking water in the Middle East is actually the most significant thing that keeps it going.
Trump supporters are having a meltdown right now as they're going off on Donald Trump after he unveiled his brand new slogan. Now, as you know, Donald Trump campaigned hard on two things: no nation building, no regime changes, because all the money we spent on that was wasted and it could have been used for Americans. And his supporters ate that up. Well, today, Donald Trump took to Truth Social to say this: there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. After that, we and our allies will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction. Make Iran great again. Yeah, he replaced MAGA with MAGA, and his supporters are losing it. That many are apologizing for supporting Donald Trump. Many are reposting a lot of his old tweets saying, "Where's this guy?" Now, of course, there are some who are changing with Donald Trump. They'll never stop supporting him. But every time Donald Trump does something like this, he loses just a little bit more of his base each time until there will be nothing left.
War in Iran. We went in guns blazing without a plan, and Iranian leadership was ready for us. And they are currently destroying American military bases across the Middle East at such an incredible scale that I don't think we understand the magnitude of the loss. The American military bases in Bahrain and Kuwait and Qatar and Saudi Arabia are among the largest military facilities in the world. These bases have cost us trillions of dollars over multiple decades to build. It has been a huge amount of our military spending over 30 years, and it's just going up in smoke. We've lost radars that cost hundreds of millions of dollars, including one Iran took out that was $1 billion at the most fortified U.S. base in the Middle East with a single missile. A radar that was the backbone of all of our missile defense systems in the Gulf. It's really bad. I'm not sure our military has ever suffered this kind of destruction, but we've also never had such unprepared, unserious, piss-poor leadership before either. The new statistic is this war is costing us $1 billion a day. That's about $42 million an hour, $11,000 a second. And while this administration is telling us we are kicking ass and they're putting out their high-end America fuck yeah propaganda, in the background, they are summoning defense firms to the White House for emergency meetings and asking for more money for the Department of War. After getting an extra $120 billion a year from the big beautiful bill, these people are already asking for another $50 billion. Our military budget is already $1 trillion a year. Where is this money going? Right down the toilet. That's where. Did you vote for this? Do you want this? Or do you maybe want, a living wage and healthcare and to be able to afford a home in a safe and secure nation? We're not winning. The U.S. and Israel have powerful bombs that can blow up buildings. But as we know now, most of Iran's military infrastructure and weapons are deep underground where we can't get at them. And it appears that Russia and China are sitting on the sidelines just feeding top-tier satellite intelligence directly to the Iranian government and just tracking our every move. We've started something we have no chance of finishing. We don't have an unlimited supply or an infinite arsenal. We don't even seem to have a goal. The question is, how long do we do this? We're a week in. How much of our resources are we going to spend? And do we plan to add our children's lives to the mix? When asked if we could expect violence on our own shores from this, Trump was like, well, maybe. It's war. That happens. Come on. This war was unnecessary and ill-planned and will not make our country or the world more safe and prosperous. We are not winning. All we are doing is bankrupting ourselves while we create even more enemies and ruin our position in the world. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse? Well, here it is.
A bunch of MAGA fans are now furious at Donald Trump after he struck Iran. They feel betrayed. Like this guy, for example, Harrison Smith. He works at the far-right outlet InfoWars and said, quote, "Welp, I was wrong. I trusted Trump to put America first and avoid the one thing that could derail MAGA. Based on his track record, his promises, I thought he knew better. We have been betrayed." And to Harrison, look, I don't know why you thought based on his track record and his tendency to break promises, you thought he would follow through on this, but you got played, buddy. Sneeko, who is a huge MAGA guy and also incredibly strange, said, quote, "Donald Trump is a sellout who betrayed America." We've known that Donald Trump is a sellout. I guess he's just discovering this. Even members of Congress are chiming in. Representative Thomas Massey, a Republican, MAGA guy, said, quote, "This is not constitutional," in reference to Trump strikes. And finally, Kim Iverson, who calls herself an independent but of course supported Donald Trump, said, "For the first time ever, I'll be voting straight Democrat in the midterms just to signal my absolute disgust with this admin's betrayal." Now, of course, there are still plenty of MAGA fans and MAGA influencers who are falling in line with Donald Trump. That would happen regardless of what he did. But there are quite a few people in his base that are really upset right now. I think Donald Trump has done himself quite a disservice.
Bad news for Donald Trump and Texas Republicans. South Texas along the Mexican border, we find that Donald Trump's immigration policies are now like kryptonite. The Republicans there are running from his immigration policies. What? The Texas Republicans are running from Donald Trump's immigration policies, but I thought they loved this. Clearly not. The major backlash now between Latinos and Hispanics in Texas and across the country to Donald Trump's immigration policies. When he said they were just going after the bad guys, they were all on board for it. But when they realized what they were actually doing, now they're not so happy. Donald Trump's support among Latinos has fallen to the lowest that it's been. Immigration crackdown across the United States and definitely demonstrated in Minnesota and Minneapolis is extremely unpopular. They saw what they did to Renee Good. They saw what they did to Alex Preddy. You see people being drugged from their cars, from working, from other places, and this is not what they signed up for, nor was it what Donald Trump promised. Texas Congress people that are definitely in trouble, Monica De La Cruz and Tony Gonzalez, both are running afraid, and they're running away from Trump's immigration policies. And they realize they're not just taking criminals, they're taking anybody and everybody they can snatch up. So the Texas Home Builders Association has come out strongly against Trump's immigration policy, and it is negatively impacting their ability to work. Workers are not going to work in Texas. Construction projects are falling behind, and they're feeling it throughout the Texas economy. Trump's immigration policy is about as liked as a skunk. Maybe the skunk is more popular, I think. What do you think? Loaded for my Democrats, my MAGAs, my crazies, my cuckoos, and my burned out light bulbs. More bright news for the upcoming election. Texas is going to flip some more too. More blue than red.
We are on fire. We're being burnt down to the floor.
I think some things do need to change. I just think what we're doing may not be working.
This is the border barrier. The other side, Matamoros, Mexico. This is a battleground congressional district and a border town. And being here, just a reminder that an issue that could be a huge asset for Trump and the Republicans, Donald Trump campaign on reducing, stopping illegal border crossings. Those numbers are way down. So the immigration issue could be a big asset. Instead, though, because of something else, it's turned into a huge liability.
The immigration stuff that's going on, maybe having a better control over ICE, maybe go after the true criminals, leave the Willows and the Abuelitas alone. You know, they've been here forever.
I am concerned about borders. I think there is a whole argument to make about border security. Being a Hispanic, I think that there does need to be some empathy.
Did the Texas Republicans place too big of a bet on the hope that Latinos would stay with Republicans, that the Latinos who voted for Trump would stay with them in 2026? If they place too big of a bet, then this seat stays Democratic. And if this seat stays Democratic, well, then Democrats are taking the House. And that completely changes the Trump presidency.
A lot of the stuff he's doing, I don't agree with.
So he's lost his juice with you a little bit.
He's lost his juice just because of the methods of the way he's doing.
I don't know why we're doing it.
If President Trump says he has a plan, he has a plan.
The U.S. strike on Iran wasn't necessary.
I don't think we understand why we're there. No one has answered any questions.
I don't have all the information, so it's hard for me to make a determination whether it's in the interest of the United States or not.
I do look into it, and I just get really sad about all the losses of life.
Well, I totally appreciate our president because he's taking out the #1 state-sponsored group in the world.
I'm anticipating the prices of everything going up and my income staying the same.
It has affected oil production, and the gas prices have certainly gone up. I went from paying $3.36 a gallon to over $4 now in a matter of a week or two.
I'm from Texas, so it's oil country. And so we put up with this bump in the price because I think it's going to drop back down.
I think Trump's doing in office so far?
Absolutely horrible.
How do you think Trump's done in office so far?
Done great. I like it. I appreciate it.
How do you think Trump's doing in office so far?
Terrible.
Why?
Well, he's an asshole. How do you think Trump's doing in office so far?
Oh, I think he's doing good.
How do you think Trump's doing in office so far?
Horrific.
How do you think Trump's doing in office so far?
He's doing really good.
How do you think Trump is doing in office so far? I don't vote.
How do you think Trump's doing in office?
Amazing.
How do you think Trump's doing in office so far? Sucks. How do you think Trump's doing in office so far? Great. How do you think Trump's doing in office so far?
I love Trump.
How do you think Trump's done in office so far?
Amazing. Amazing. Love him.
How do you think Trump's doing in office?
I think he's doing great
Why?
because unemployment is down.
How do you think Trump's doing in office so far? Overall, I guess he's doing a good job. How do you think Trump's doing in office?
Excuse me, I'm on the phone.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad he did it.
He is making the hard choices, not the popular ones.
I trust the president and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth's plan.
It's good for the people, so I'm in support as long as we don't have tons of American casualties.
No, we don't want to end up in a quagmire like we were in Afghanistan or even in Iraq.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a very tough one because, like, on one hand, we want peace, and I understand you got to protect the United States interests, but at the same point, like, where's the line? Where's the line in the sand?
What we've seen with this president is he is very deliberate and specific in launching targeted strikes against known high-value targets, which is exactly what happened in Iran.
With the Iranian government and the potential risk they were posing to the entire world, to Israel, I think it was probably necessary.
I am all for helping people not be oppressed by an oppressive regime.
Risk. And obviously you're upset about it. It's very clear you disagree with President Trump's decision to start this attack. Do you know how your husband feels?
He's also not happy. And I will say, more than any other decision that any commander-in-chief has made in his entirety being in the military, more service members are being vocally upset about this than we've ever seen before. And I think the thing that people have to keep in mind is that it's one thing to accept taking on risk to protect your country, but it is very obvious to a lot of service members and a lot of military families that this has nothing to do with protecting Americans. This has everything to do with distracting from this administration's dismal performance at home. And what we aren't okay with, what my husband isn't okay with, is risking their lives to serve that distraction. I think the administration needs to make sure they get their story straight before they expect anyone to buy it, given that they've come out, they've said this hasn't been about regime change, then it was about regime change. Ted Cruz went on the news and said that he did not see any evidence that any sort of Iranian strike was even a possibility, much less imminent. So I think it's very clear that they are lying, and they're saying whatever they can to get Americans on board with this. And I just hope that people do not fall for the propaganda and do not fall for, they need to understand, not just this administration, a lot of administrations hide behind the idea of you have to always support the troops. And if you criticize the administration, you're criticizing the troops. That is not the case. This administration is putting the troops at risk unnecessarily, and criticizing the administration is supporting the troops. It is protecting the troops.
Explain to people what it's like for you and your family members in these moments when you don't hear from your loved one who is deployed in the Middle East right now.
it's horrifying. It's really terrifying. It's months and months of feeling like you're going to throw up every time you hear your doorbell ring, because you know that when you open the door, it could be men in their dress uniforms standing there to tell you that your spouse or that your son or that your, whoever it is, that your loved one has been killed. It's terrifying. And I think it's also important to note that a lot of the service members that are directly involved in the strikes on Iran, they are already at their wits' end. I mean, there are something like 4,500 sailors signed to the USS Gerald Ford. The USS Gerald Ford, they've had their deployments extended twice already. They have hundreds of broken toilets on their ship, so they have very few facilities they can use. And all of that is because of the impulse decisions of this administration. And I think that's important to note, especially because sailors end up not talking to their families for months at a time. And these are the same men and women that were sent and involved in Venezuela first, and then he just impulse sent them to Iran next. So it's terrifying. There is not any amount of deployments now that can be. We understand not everything about deployment is going to be predictable, but now the way that this administration moves so impulsively has made every second of your loved one being deployed terrifying in a really active, in-your-face way that it was not before.
Time with my cousin in Iran, and she asked me to share this message with the world, especially you, diaspora, so please listen to the full video. For those who don't know, 95% of my family still lives in Iran. My mother's side is Mashhadi. She told me this, that every single person she knows has lost someone close to them. In Mashhad, bodies were piled in the streets, wrapped like black garbage bags, the way trash lines city sidewalks in New York. She said her mother's apartment building had bodies reaching all the way up to her doorstep. Someone we know was shot multiple times in the leg. He couldn't go to the hospital to seek medical help. People are terrified to go because they're killing them. So their family pooled nearly $2,000 to pay for a private doctor to come to their house so he wouldn't lose his leg. Most people can't even afford that. They're afraid to go seek help. They're getting infections and they're slowly dying in their homes. Phone lines, as we know, are being monitored. So families are writing messages on paper and holding them up to the camera when they can FaceTime. She said the internet is turned on briefly as an act of surveillance to track and hunt protesters. She says what's happening is just unimaginable. People are being killed so easily. My mother also spoke to a female family member of ours in Tehran today, and she said, we're fine, but we were all beaten. They beat the shit out of all of us. That viral video of a woman being kicked in the head that's been going around, that's just one leaked clip of what's happening every single day. Most stores are closed except for basic necessities. Prices were already inflated. She says they've tripled in the last 2 weeks. Many Gen Z Iranians rely on online businesses, importing and exporting goods from Turkey and Dubai. She says no one's been able to make money this year. People have nothing left. And despite all of this grief, despite all of this, she said something else to me. She said, don't cry. Negaran nabash. Don't worry. Omidvar bash. Don't lose hope. She said hope, omid, is all we have left. And if the diaspora gives up hope, cosmically it's putting negative energy and darkness into the world. She said people want intervention because without it we will die. We are watching a real life Handmaid's Tale. The numbers coming out daily keep increasing in the tens of thousands who have been murdered. This is devastating. This is a massacre. And if this becomes normalized in Iran, if we look away, it won't stop there. It will spread. So please keep speaking up. Please keep putting pressure on world leaders to act now. She said, Aziz kheli az dast dadim. We've lost a lot of loved ones, and the only way they will ever find peace in their hearts again is if this regime is gone. And she also said this too. When they do manage to get a few moments online and they see all of your messages and voices, they feel less lonely. And that gives them hope.
Lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war.
If you voted for this, I want you to know that I hate you. I mean that. I hate you. And that's not just me speaking out of fear or sadness as the spouse of an active duty service member, although I am profoundly sad and incredibly terrified right now. But I still mean it when I say that if you voted for this, I hate you. And if you know me in real life and you're watching this and you're shocked, because you're thinking to yourself, well, I voted for this and I know Kendall and I know that she couldn't possibly hate me. She knows me. I want you to know it goes for you too. In fact, not only does it go for you too, I hate you twice as much as the strangers that voted for this. And you are delusional if you think that you get to look me in my eyes and tell me that you care about me while actively cheering on the man who made it very clear from the very beginning that he would happily send my husband, my soulmate, to die in a foreign country. This is monstrous. It's monstrous. They struck a school building. More than 50 little girls are dead this morning because of the man you installed in the most powerful office in the world. That's on you. And I don't know how you're going to live with yourself with that knowledge. Probably an unhealthy dose of delusion and lack of empathy for anyone else on this planet. But I can say that I don't have to live with you. I don't have to have you in my life. I don't have to have monsters in my life. And at this point, if you're still supporting this administration, you're a monster. You are a monster. You are irredeemable trash. And I do not care. The one thing I will say, I apologize to my mother for any shocked and upset phone calls she gets from people in my hometown about this video, but I'm not sorry for making it because I want you to know. I want you to know how deep my hatred for you runs right now if you voted for this. You.
This Trump supporter burned his MAGA hats after Donald Trump told his supporters to basically get over the Epstein files. Just take a look.
We're not going to play with these anymore. MAGA hats are off. America First hats are on. Burn, baby, burn. And this is a great representation of what's left of MAGA.
And the guy who posted that video on social media is a huge MAGA fan, super right-wing. It seems like so many of these Trump voters are just done with him now. This MAGA civil war is not going anywhere anytime soon. Donald Trump was really hoping that with this new statement, people would just fall into line and follow his lead. But many of these diehard Trump fans are saying, not so fast.
No Epstein list! You're trying to tell me there's no Epstein list? Ah! Do you think I'm stupid? You said the list is on my desk, and now you're saying there's no list?
DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now.
Are we okay with people SAing innocent little girls? Are we okay with it? What a load of crap, dude. What a load of bull crap. And I don't believe it. The deep state is alive. We still have politicians. We still have representatives that should be making decisions on what's best for America. And instead, they're reporting to someone bigger, more powerful, giving them more money to help their lives instead of the American people's lives. Pam Bondi, you should be ashamed and you should be fired.
Administration was the better choice. I also had high hopes that they would be different. They are not different. Because as someone who voted for Trump, what do you mean? Why are we still talking about the Epstein files? Maybe because we have no answers and you ran your campaign on that, on transparency, on exposing the corruption. Maybe because we had Kash Patel and Pam Bondi in our faces every day and on the news every day saying, I can't believe the previous administration didn't make this information public. The public deserves to know. It's sitting on my desk right now, ready to go. Kash said, when you see who's on this list, it's going to blow your mind. But I'm releasing it day one. Maybe because you told us that every day. And that was one of your main things that you ran your campaign on and why people said, okay, you know what? This administration is for the transparency. They're going to be different. Now we have to watch Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino look in the camera. They can't even look straight. You could tell they're obviously lying, looking all around, trying to tell us that, oh, there's nothing to see here. And you want to tell us that there's no clients. So why is Ghislaine Maxwell sitting in jail? You want us to believe that. And then you say, oh, and every piece of documentation that we have is children. So we can't tell you anything. And he killed himself. So no more to tell you guys. Let's move on. You don't get to decide the timeline of moving on because now you don't need to use that to try to gain our votes or to try to gain our support. I mean, MAGA stands for Make America Great Again. I support my president because I love my country, not the other way around. MAGA is not support the current administration no matter what they do, even when they're playing in your faces. No, bro.
I'm a Trump supporter, and I'm going to tell you this right now.
if this is the verdict, there's no Epstein client list, then all of us that have installed Bongino and Kash Patel, the whole Trump administration, period, all they talked about was transparency. If we don't get accountability for the thousands of victims that were abused, who knows what type of crimes we're talking, then I'm jumping ship. And all of you should as well. We the people control this narrative. All right? So all I'm saying is that from Russian collusion to the impeachments to tax fraud cases, you name it, they threw everything but the kitchen sink at Trump. I've always said that, even dating back to COVID, that this was all about protecting those from death sentences. We need to make a stand.
Congratulations, MAGA. Your vote for Trump is the reason why senior citizens will be kicked out of their nursing homes. Before you flood my comment section screaming fake news, I'm going to provide some verifiable facts. Google's free. You can go look at the bill. 60% of nursing home residents rely on Medicaid to cover their care. That is a fact. And Trump's new tax plan, it cuts the provider tax by 41%. This slashes how much support states receive from the government for nursing homes. That's a 41% funding cut. That is a fact. The American Healthcare Association says that 1 in 4 nursing homes could shut down and half of their staff will be eliminated. That's a fact. So where did these senior citizens go? Some might have family to take them in.
What did you just say about Trump?
I said, Trump's a fucking liar. Inflation's going up. Gas prices hasn't really come down that much. Eggs? Oh, that's the funny one. The eggs. I'm mad. And I'm a MAGA man. Okay? I don't see anything he's done.
So is it safe to say that the illusion has faded?
I think it has, yes. You know, I was for him because, you know, everything he said, you know, he played right into my hands. He just told us everything we wanted to hear.
I was a Trump supporter. I don't know how long I can keep doing this. I have a construction company, and not a fucking thing is getting done. This is what I get. This is what I fucking get. Nothing but white boys. It takes 4 days to do a one-day job. I might have fucked up.
People want to move from the United States. I've been getting direct messages every single day. I moved from the United States a couple of months ago with my entire family to Eastern Europe, Northern Europe. And here's the 5 top reasons why we left the United States. Number 1, access to good food, healthy, organic food at half the price. In the United States, there's many foods that you have that are actually banned in Europe. Second, healthcare. It's 3 times cheaper to get healthcare here. You can get a full panel of blood work for 100 euros. A professional private clinic is 50 euros per visit, a private one. And you can actually get one for probably for 10 or even free if you get in line. Third, childcare. It's absolutely unreasonable for mothers to bear children, give birth to children, and then get taxed at 50% of their income to pay for daycare. Daycare should be free. Hence, it's literally almost free in Europe. You get almost a year maternity leave. In the United States, you get 0 maternity leave. So the entire industry of childcare is like a business in the United States rather than a human right. Socially, people are way less divided than they are in the United States. In the United States, the moment you're red or blue, you just got to read the room, which room you walked in. Otherwise, you get attacked and all the other things. Last but not least, the politics. The politics in the United States shows us that trajectory for the next 10 years is not up. It's actually a slow degrade for the last 10 years, and it's not hard to do the math and look, the next 10 years is going to be even lower.
I just got a call from my work, and they let me know that I was getting laid off today, and so I was laid off from work today, and it's a lot. Like, you know, there's the fires going on in LA. My birthday just happened a few days ago. I thought this was going to be my year, and I just got laid off. I've been at this company for over 6 years, and, you know, I don't even know what to do. Obviously, I have to file for unemployment. I'm just like in shock. But here's the biggest thing. A few months ago, I filed a sexual assault investigation at work because something happened. And around like December, they finally finished the investigation. And they really didn't do anything. And, you know, a month later, here I am getting let go. And I just feel like this seems very fishy. And I don't know too much about the law. But if there's any like lawyers on here, and if somebody can help me, if I have a case here, let me know. But yeah, I don't know what to do.
Don't like the U.S., if you don't like the direction that it's headed in, pack your bag and leave. It's the morning after the U.S. election. I'm in the airport, as you can see, and this is your sign. You can just leave. I did it 2 years ago. I live in the U.K. now, and there's so many options. I hear a lot of people saying, like, oh, I can't leave the U.S. I'm a broke college student. First of all, it's so easy to get a student visa in other countries, and you'll probably pay the same, if not less, to get a higher education if you want to get a job abroad. I would ask ChatGPT to help you find something that aligns with what you're looking for, because there are so many great countries out there. I do highly recommend an English-speaking country. I think part of the reason moving to the UK has been so easy for me is because they obviously speak English. Just something to consider. But anyway, if I can do it, you can do it. Like, literally, get on a plane. You'll never look back. And if you're worried about your friends and family, it's so easy to go see them. The world is actually really small. You don't realize that in America. It is. So just leave. Like, literally, your life is not over. Promise.
Struggling with in America right now in my 20s. Why is everything so expensive? Why am I making more money waitressing than I would make using my college degree? I barely have a life. I have 2 days off and I work Wednesday to Sunday, doubling just to pay my bills. At 22 years old, all of my bills are in my name. I have no help. How are y'all affording housing? In Myrtle Beach, a 1-bedroom apartment is $1,500. Bullshit. Bullshit. How are y'all getting insurance, going to the doctor, getting medicine? Me and my boyfriend are saving, but we barely see each other during the week, and it feels like we're working our asses off for nothing. Do we need to move somewhere for a better job opportunity that we don't know about? It is so scary being in America right now. Oh, it's ridiculous.
Close to spending that last $400 on a one-way ticket.
Yes. Book a one-way ticket out of the US if you are trying to save money. I think all of us can agree that it has become ridiculously expensive to live in the US. Many of us are living paycheck to paycheck and just continuing to accrue debt. And honestly, the only way that I saw out was to sell my house and to move to Bali. And if you don't have a house to sell, that's okay. Take what money that you have in savings and book a one-way ticket to an affordable country like Indonesia, Thailand, Ecuador, Colombia, Vietnam, Cambodia. The cost of living in these countries is less than $1,000. You can probably get it to $200 to $300 for a month. You can stay in hostels. You can house sit for people and have your accommodation completely calm. You can pet sit as well. But slaving in America is not it anymore. We are not the land of the free. We are the land of the slaves. We are common day slaves. All we do is work, eat, sleep, repeat. So if you're sick of struggling and living paycheck to paycheck, the only way that I see out is to leave the US indefinitely. And take it from somebody who has already done so last year. Life is so much better abroad.
We're very, very seriously starting to consider leaving the United States, and I just want to hear from someone who's done it. Where did you go? How did you decide that's where you're going? How did you get a visa? Do all of that? I'm definitely like researching on my own, but like if there was someone I could connect with who's done this before, like I just would love to utilize you as a resource. And yeah, if we can help one another, please.
In today's economy, do you think a couple that brings home $100,000 is enough to support a small family of like 3 to 4 people? I asked this because I made a post yesterday about how Americans are really struggling, and it was really sad and eye-opening to me to see the amount of people who said, I make 6 figures now, yet we're still struggling. And I don't mean is it enough to buy like luxuries. I just mean is $100,000 enough to live comfortably without having to live paycheck to paycheck. I remember like 12 years ago, my mom told me about this couple I knew who were making like a combined salary of $110,000. And at that point in my life, 20s, I'm thinking, what a dream, what a goal it was for me to be able to say one day that my husband and I were making like $110,000. And now here I am in 2023, and I'm like, it's not the dream life anymore. Like, if someone would have told me my husband and I would be making what we're making and still having to cut back on necessities, I would have been like, you have to be kidding me. Like, we didn't even go on a vacation this year because the last thing I'm going to do is put a vacation on a credit card, but we didn't have extra money to bring our kids on a vacation, and we both have good jobs. So if you think $100,000 is enough, I'm curious, what's your location? Do you not have children? Like, why do you think it's enough? Because I'm telling you, from yesterday's post on here, the comments say different, and the comments say that a majority of Americans are really, really struggling, and I mean hardworking Americans. So,
don't get me wrong, I love being single and I love living alone. It's great, it's fantastic, but fuck, it's expensive. I just spent $600 on brakes on my car, just on the front part of the car, because I couldn't afford all 4 brakes and axles and rotors and whatever the fuck. And then now I just paid my car payment, which is $500, so I just blew $1,100 in like 3 hours, and it wasn't even like fun, you know? Fuck. Sorry, it's just so overwhelming. Like, you work and 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 you work, and it's just to pay off like your basic necessities. And you can't, like, in this city that I live in, public transport, please. If I were to do public transport, it's like asking to get raped, and I really shouldn't be crying because now I have to go to another work event, and now I'm gonna be all puffy. I'm just, living is so expensive. Just keeping yourself alive and floating is so expensive. And what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted is, if I were to take public transport here, especially for my job requires a car. I have to have a bunch of shit that I have to lug with me for work. And I can't do that with public transport. I'm venting. Inflation sucks. Just living in America sucks. Living alone sucks. It's great, but it sucks. Because you have to front all the expenses by yourself. I need a husband just so that I can live. So we can split the bills.
I am so tired of feeling helpless as a parent. Yes, my kids are grown adults. My oldest is 28, my youngest is 25. And I thought by teaching them what I learned, which is you work hard, you get a good job, you're going to get the things in life that you need, right? Worked for me. Why wouldn't it work for them? Because it doesn't. Because the world has fucking changed, all right? And now I feel like I see them struggling. And before my generation comes at me, yes, I understand struggling is a part of life. We all struggled. But there's a difference between struggling and drowning, all right? So we struggled, and it was tough. But you know what? We made it. We knew there was a light at the end of the tunnel with our struggle. It seems like kids today, no matter how much they struggle, they just get further and further down the water into the drowning point, all right? When I was their age, I was making less than $10 an hour, and I could afford to live on my own. Now you have to be making 6-figure salary to get a decent, tiny little place to live. So what the fuck is going on, and how do we help them as parents? I told my son, all you have to do is work hard, go to college, or join the military like I did. He went to college, got his degree, got a full-time job. He moved back in with me right when he graduated from college because he said, hey, Mom, as soon as I get a job, which was within 2 weeks of him getting out of college, maybe take me 2 months and I'll save up enough money for me to move out. Okay, cool. It's been 10 months. He has saved almost every dime and still can't afford to live. Why are one-bedroom studio apartments almost $2,000 a month? Why? Like, I just don't get it. So I don't even think that there's even classes anymore. There used to be, upper class, middle class, lower class. It's literally turning into the ultra wealthy, and then everybody else is just poor. Like, that's what it's happening. And then I told him, hey, when you turn 25, at least your car insurance will go down. Hell no, he turned 25 and his car insurance went up $150. I tell him, you know, if you need health insurance, get a good job. He has health insurance. He has had a medical emergency this week. Had to go to emergency room twice. He had to go to the emergency room because he couldn't get anybody to see him with the health insurance that he had. Right? So he had to go to an emergency room. Now he's out money for that too. It seems like you can never get ahead. And then my daughter, I told her all you have to do because she wanted to buy her own house. My daughter worked 6 days a week, 12 hours a day to save up enough for this down payment. Finally got this house. She's paying double what I'm paying for my mortgage, but her loan was the same amount. And then her mortgage company, after she's already moved in, said, oh, by the way, we forgot to tell you that you need this type of coverage, which we forgot at the beginning. That's an extra $200 you've been paying a month.
We forgot.
And all they see when they come home is they watch social media, kids their age, on lavish vacations with all this money and nothing to do, all these social media influencers, because we value those types of things over hard workers. We will pay them $10,000, but you work 40 hours a week, you can't afford it.
A grocery store, bought 10 items, and it was $80 freaking already. I literally have $10 left on my account. The fuck? So a little backstory. I got laid off from my job a month ago. And I've been applying for jobs months before I got laid off. Sent out hundreds of resumes already. Applied to hundreds of jobs on the internet, remote and on-site. Tailored my resume to every position that I applied using ChatGPT. Went to only a few interviews. And still nothing. Hey, what the fuck is going on with America right now? Like, it's so freaking hard to live here. Like, I'm gonna stay positive. I'm gonna keep applying for jobs. I'm gonna keep showing up. But man, my bills are not going to wait.
Congratulations, Iran won the war. The war is over. I'm gonna explain to you. U.S. bombs Iran's oil export hub, raising pressure over Strait. So basically, Donald Trump, the stupid Donald Trump, bombed this island, this little island that has oil. This is basically Iran's major oil terminal, but they have also a navy or an army here. So what Trump did is that he bombed the army, but he didn't bomb the oil terminals and the refineries. And the reason he didn't do it is because he was telling the Iranian government that if you don't reopen the Strait of Hormuz, I'm going to bomb your oil terminals. What is Iran going to do when Donald Trump bombs the oil terminal in Kharj, this island, Kharj Island? What's going to happen is that Iran is going to bomb the oil terminals of GCC countries, Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, Oman, and Saudi Arabia, 6 countries. And Iran can do it in less than 3 days. I would say in 1 day, actually, if they want to do it. And this is where not even a nuclear bomb can help United States. Even if they nuke Iran, it's not going to help United States. It's not going to help Europe. Europe is going to collapse. So will United States, economically speaking, because it's going to take at least 6 months to 2 years to rebuild those oil terminals. If you think shutting down the Strait of Hormuz is bad, wait until Iran bombs the oil terminals. And Arabs, the reason Arab countries are not with... So what's going to happen is that Iran is going to bomb the oil terminals. That's at least 6 months of reconstruction. So shutting down the Strait of Hormuz means nothing compared to bombing the oil terminals in those 6 countries. If Saddam Hussein knew that, he would still be in the power. But he didn't know that. Instead, what he did, he burned the oil fields, which requires a lot of work and a lot of effort. But sending a bunch of Shahed drones to oil terminals is a piece of cake. So this is the Persian Gulf, and these are the oil terminals. All these oil terminals are here. Imagine if it takes Iran to send missiles to Israel in 6 minutes, it's going to take them like 30 seconds to reach the oil terminals. After Iran destroyed all the radars that are built in UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, they just bombed the shit out of them. They're blind. In Israel, they're blind. They don't see these missiles coming anymore. They don't have 6 minute head advantage anymore. They got 30 seconds. You got 30 seconds from the time you hear the siren to the minute to the second that the missile hits the ground. It's 30 seconds now from 6 minutes. And that's the best thing they got. They had 6 seconds, 6 minutes. Once Iran bombs the oil terminals, the lights are out. 6 months to 1 year. The Strait of Hormuz have been closed for 15 days. 15 days. And there is no coming back from that. Those 15 days are gone. You cannot compensate for it. It's like if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and the world economy, Europe and the United States, they are living paycheck to paycheck. That means that that's it. You missed the monthly payment, you missed your rent, you missed your mortgage. You're gonna get kicked out. You're gonna become homeless basically. And there's no coming back from that. The oil is now hitting $100 a barrel, and it's gonna get worse. So as far as I'm concerned, Iran won the war. The war is over. But in order for the West and United States to feel the pain, they need to keep that Strait of Hormuz closed so that you pay $8 a gallon instead of $3, or $16 a gallon instead of. And then when you go to grocery store to buy food, you're also gonna pay twice as much for everything. Like I said, I declare the war is over. Iran won the war. But some people are too arrogant to accept that.
Everyone's watching that woman in Tennessee now, right, who was watching her DoorDasher struggle to get up the steps, realizing this was a very elderly man who was DoorDashing her food. She tipped him $200 and then was like, no, I need to figure out what's going on. She then hunts him down, finds out this elderly man was working 10 to 12 hours a day DoorDashing. Why? Because his Social Security was barely anything, and his wife lost her job, and just one of her medications was over $2,000, plus all of her other medications, because she's also diabetic, has kidney disease. All of his medications, they couldn't afford to survive. So they started DoorDashing 10 to 12 hours a day. A woman in Tennessee starts a GoFundMe, hoping to make $20,000 for this couple. And she tells Richard, who everyone is now calling Papa Richard, and his wife Brenda, she's going to try to raise this money for him. He's like, that is absolutely amazing. I would only have to work maybe 6 or 8 hours a day if we had money like that to fall back on. And within 48 hours, not only did she raise the $20,000 that would make it to where he would only have to work 6 to 8 hours, which is most people's regular workday, she raised over $400,000 within 48 hours. And it's day 3 today, and I haven't looked to see, but it's Richard in Tennessee. That's the GoFundMe. I think it's like help him rest again. People who are donating, we're talking $10. This isn't just like a handful of people donating a ton of money. We're talking an average of a $10 donation. And enough people have donated to surpass $400,000 for an elderly couple having to work 10 to 12 hours a day just to afford their medication.
MAGA and all the Trump supporters, I would like for you to know and understand that for the month of November and probably December, there will be no SNAP benefits. Okay, there will be no EBT, there will be no food stamp benefits for the month of November. And with that being said, there will also be no Medicaid. And then, you know, I'm also hearing through the grapevine, hearing through the streets is talking, that military healthcare is down right now. And they can't explain why. Medicaid is down right now, and they can't explain why. And, you know, for all the supporters out there, how many of you receive food stamps to feed your children? Next month will be Thanksgiving. They will be out of school for what, a week? Your kids are going to be out of school for a week with no food. You're going to have a Thanksgiving with no food. How's that? How's that? And then all of the supporters who were in the military and were serving this big, beautiful country that you love, you won't be getting any health care next month. Oh, you probably are getting it now. I forgot. It's they don't know what's wrong with it, and they can explain what's wrong with it, and they're not giving an update on when it'll be back up. So there's that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Me, on the other hand, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it because you know what? The way God covers me, baby, we covered in the blood around these parts. So I believe not one of my children will be hungry. I believe not one of my children will be sick with any ailments, and they won't need to go to any doctors or anything like that. I believe that there will be no shortage of food in my house. And then, get this. While we supposed to be over here starving and can't get no motherfucking health care, he just sent Argentina $20 billion.
Remember when Kamala Harris said she was going to help first-time home buyers by giving them $25,000 to put down on their new first home? And you had all these people on the right going, where are we going to get the money for this? Oh my God, this is going to bankrupt us. Who's paying for this? I'm not paying for this. No, nobody help me. No. Where are those people now? Now that it's been discovered that Pete Hegseth has wasted and gone through $93 billion. You have Kristi Noem spending $420 million between ads and between two planes. You have $150 million spent by the man himself to go play golf every weekend at Mar-a-Lago. Where are you now? Dead silence is where you are. My question to you is, why are you so opposed to our taxes going back to help the working poor and the working middle class? But when we start a new war and it costs us $1 billion plus per day, you're silent. When there's wasteful spending, inside corruption, in fact, regarding our finances and the government, like with Pete and Kristi and Trump, you're nowhere to be found. What is it you have against the working class? Because after all, you are part of the working class too.
True.
Why? It's them or it's us. Why do you pick them?
Trump is begging. Trump is pleading with other countries. Please help us. Please come with us to the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, we don't want to go by ourselves, get blown up, and then look crazy. Yeah, he's begging for help because he had no plan for the Strait of Hormuz. Embarrassing as it is to say, the man clearly, this administration has no plan whatsoever. And everyone knew this would happen. Everyone. There isn't a single oil person that didn't know that Iran would do something exactly like this. And our government is somehow shocked and is somehow unprepared. That shows you how far behind this administration is. They simply have no idea what they are doing, and this here is a complete and total embarrassment.
Horrible news for Donald Trump and the U.S. economy under this White House, as Donald Trump waited until the stock market closed for the weekend before bombing an Iranian oil export island that even the U.S. military recommended we do not strike. For context, this was Donald Trump announcing one of the largest bombing raids in the history of the Middle East, going after Karg Island, which is Iran's crown jewel when it comes to oil exports and infrastructure. Again, notice, by the way, how he waited until Friday evening after stock markets closed for the weekend to do this, because come Monday, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. And think about the fact that oil prices are already surging right now, gas prices are soaring, and we should see that continue in an exponential way because of this latest attack. Yet you've got guys like J.D. Vance saying that the gas prices are the result of Joe Biden. Joe Biden was president almost 2 years ago now. He is in no way, shape, or form responsible for Donald Trump driving up energy prices by starting another quagmire in the Middle East.
Here's the thing. If you're a 3 times Trumper and you're one of the people who voted us into the mess that we're currently a part of, and you're now just starting to regret that decision, I don't think you get to come out and post that on the internet and try and recenter yourself in the conversation. It's your opportunity to sit the fuck back and listen to the people who have been anti-Trump since a fucking decade ago. But instead you come online and now you're trying to garner sympathy from people because you've been a moron.
My head's about to fucking explode. If I have to listen to one more person fucking whine, one more fucking Trump voter bitching to me about the cost of food in Walmarts, I'm gonna fucking die. I just had to listen to these two fucking idiots wearing a MAGA hat. Both of them, Mr. and Mrs. Inbred, whining like bitches over the cost of food. You should have heard them. He couldn't believe it. And I couldn't resist saying, damn, this place is fucking outrageous now, right? It's crazy. And he said, this is what he said. He said, you know what? President's policies are kicking in soon. You'll get some relief, son. That's what he said to me. That's how deep these fucking people are in the cult. In the fucking grocery store, while at the same time broke as fuck. He's got his little fucking Georgia card there for food and shit. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. And they still defend him. I guess to undefend him would show how fucking stupid you really were in the first place, I guess. You know, I just thought that shit. You know you're getting fucked at Walmart's. You know the tariffs are screwing them. You know Walmart told Trump to suck on it. So now what? We're paying it 40 to 70% more on fucking everything. But y'all are feeling that. So yeah, along with the two Mr. Pa and Ma Kettle in there. I gotta go. I'm fucking having a stroke over this bill.
Trust me when I say that if you're in denial and acting like the economy isn't a problem, most people know that you're lying. 70% of people live paycheck to paycheck, and the average first-time home buyer is 40 years old. So trust me when I say, if you try to spin this and act like we have a thriving economy, people know that you're lying. According to the United States intelligence, Iran has the capability of closing and shutting down the Strait of Hormuz for a maximum of 6 months. This could be a 6-month issue. The last thing people need to do is hear me and you for the next 6 months acting like we have the best economy the world has ever seen. No, we're struggling right now. I'm in Tampa, Florida. I saw gas prices 3 weeks ago go from $2.75 to $3.95. And a lot of economists are projecting that inflation could get as high as 5 or 6%.
So now Donald Trump has basically came out and said, hey, I've been looking at this and lowering grocery prices may be a little difficult. Insinuating that he may not be able to lower grocery prices. I have no idea what I'm laughing at. I have to pay for groceries also.
Real. Everyone does.
I guess I just don't, like, what did you all think was going to happen? Like, did you seriously think that you were just going to vote for him? And then somehow when he went into office, he was just going to wave his magical orange fingers around like hocus cadabra. And then all of a sudden grocery prices just fall. Like they just fall. That's not how it works. Like he didn't even have a plan. You guys knew he didn't have a plan. He has a plan for nothing. He has an idea, a concept, but no plan. He's never had a plan. He just told you, hey, I'm going to lower grocery prices. And you bought it. And here we are.
See, I told you, Democrats. Donald Trump just said that he got the grocery prices down across all of the United States by 80%.
The
He said he
went
did
down
that.
80%? That's amazing. What stores? Because I just went to the store. The eggs are still $8. Milk is still $5. Where are the prices going down 80%?
Oh, what
That's amazing.
stores?
Where's the store?
I don't really know any stores specifically. No one near me actually either. But he did say they're going down 80%.
The store. How do I take advantage of the low prices?
Well, yeah, and that is tricky. But I mean, Trump did, he said I pulled the switch and I brought prices down to 80% like I promised, and now they're cheap. But I mean, I don't know where they are either. But he said, Trump said.
If you're not seeing the prices going down, how are the prices actually? Just because he's saying the prices went down 80%. doesn't actually mean the prices went. You have to actually see the prices going down when you go shopping. You do.
That's ideally, yes. But what I like to do is I just pretend that the prices went down. I pretend that it's not as expensive.
That means the prices didn't go down. If you're just pretending they didn't.
My goodness. I heard it might go to 8.
I didn't think it was going to be that much. I thought it was going to be like $5. I didn't even check. I just pulled up because I need gas either way. So.
I had $3, and so I spent my $3 on gas. And it's half a gallon, I mean.
I'm Jackie Correa with NBC7, and I'm reporting today on kind of the local effects of how the conflict in Iran impacts everyday San Diegans. As you know, a lot of cargo has been stopped and really choked at the Strait of Hormuz during this conflict, and that's how we get so much of our goods, our supplies, anything from, the things that we need to make a tennis ball to the things we stock our grocery shelves with.
And the food that you eat, the clothes that you wear, and that is probably where we may, as consumers, see the implications that we have different options and different choices or no choices available when we go to the stores or market or shop online.
Oh my God! Yesterday, where I live, gas was at $3.49. Today, I was like, oh, let me go fill up my tank. And I see $3.69. Once again, fuck! I will never forgive this country. I will never forgive it. I will never forgive it. I will never forgive it. Oh, but Daddy Trump said he's gonna lower prices on day one. Siri, play I Hate It Here by Taylor Swift.
The fish is about to go up thanks to Trump, and Florida fishermen, some who very obviously voted for Trump, are pretty upset about it. The cost of diesel has skyrocketed, and they are having trouble fueling up their boats to go out and fish. And they can only raise prices so much before people stop buying fish. They're pretty upset because he promised them to make America great again, and instead, some of them may have to close their businesses. When Trump tells us that it's a temporary blip, that might be temporary for people like him. All their money is investments. But regular people, that money is just gone. Once you spend it on gas and diesel and fuel, it doesn't come back to you later on. These fishermen say this is not sustainable. They can maybe go out a couple more times paying this kind of rates, but if it continues, they will have to stop fishing or go out of business. And so they will do their best to pass that price on to the consumer. Some of it they will have to just take on themselves. But a lot of these fishermen, they're basically small businesses. And we know that he wants to destroy small businesses in this country, and this is just another way he's doing it. They also talk about the tariffs and how that has affected the fishing industry. He doesn't care about anybody but himself, and this is all his fault.
Pleaded to the people, make America great again. We're tearing America apart right now.
Fishermen here in Cortez, Florida are pissed off with the president who many of them voted for, and they're angry because of skyrocketing diesel prices.
I'm really scratching my head because I voted Republican, and most of us in the fishing industry did, and we're not seeing the positives come out of it.
Now, before the war in Iran, gas coming from this pump in Cortez was going for $3.29 per gallon. Now, gas from this pump is closer to $5 a gallon. And for boats like this one, Linnea, which is about to go out on a 2-week sword fishing trip, it needs 4,600 gallons of diesel. And with prices like these, that's making business unsustainable. All of that on top of the fact that these fishermen are also having to contend with President Trump's erratic tariff policy.
When the tariffs initially went into effect, there was a huge jump in all of our tackle and supplies. And even though the tariff percentages were rolled back a little bit, our suppliers never rolled back their prices.
Now, the manager of this family-run fishing company here in Cortez, Karen Bell, tells me that the tariffs and the diesel prices mean she's going to have to raise the price of fish. And that cost is ultimately going to be incurred by the customers.
I'm going to try to push prices up. I hope consumers realize that, when we push prices forward or up, it's not really something we want to do.
And one fisherman warned me that this could mean the end for the fishing industry here in Cortez.
Oh, this could be the final straw for a lot of people. For a lot of people in this industry, man. I mean, we're already taxed to death. Everything, the cost of everything, tackle, the cost of operation, and then the fuel going up. It could be the nail in the coffin for a lot of people. I mean, and it's sad.
And these fishermen have a clear message to President Trump about who's suffering from this war back home.
The working class people like us that are going to suffer from this. There's no benefit to it for any of us. The war is pointless.
Some big news right now. Florida Republican fishermen are furious at the president for their rising fuel prices, as Switzerland is now saying that it will not sell any arms, any weapons to the United States of America amid the ongoing war in Iran. Per Reuters, Switzerland is citing its policy of neutrality to ban all weapons shipments to the United States. And it comes as here Florida Republican fishermen are not happy and are having buyer's remorse over their vote for the president. Take a listen.
I'm really scratching my head because I voted Republican, and most of us in the fishing industry did, and we're not seeing the positives come out of it. We've talked about no new wars, and here we are in a new war. I'd just like to see something in the middle with common sense.
That sentiment is becoming greater and greater within MAGA Republican circles right now, and the president has a real issue, both internationally and at home.
You've seen Trump supporters recently voting and regretting their vote.
I'm really scratching my head because I voted Republican, and most of us in the fishing industry did, and we're not seeing the positives come out of it. Why we voted.
FAFO, Florida fishermen, FAFO, Florida voters, FAFO, Trump supporters. I see in the comments that people have zero empathy for you. You don't care, you didn't care until it's starting affecting you. Didn't care when other things happen. Starting in the beginning, we started canceling programs for kids, for the elderly, for the disabled. The only thing you care about right now is gas prices. I think that says everything that we all need to know about you, remember about you, and never forget you. FAFO.
Now, some of the people getting hit hardest by these high gas prices are rideshare drivers, whether that's Uber or Lyft. Now, gallons of gas at certain stations, well, they're costing up to $4 a gallon, and that's certainly cutting into their earnings. From the people I talked to today, they tell me that they like to go to certain spots in order to try and make their bottom line and try to make as much profit as possible. One of those places is Tampa International Airport, especially with spring break travel. People are coming through TPA, and usually those riders, well, the drivers who I was talking to, they said they're usually good tippers. So that helps their profits as well. Not to mention this weekend was actually a good weekend for them with St. Patrick's Day. You had a comedy show in town, you had a country concert in town. So today, actually this weekend, they say it's not as bad as it usually is. They were making about $40 to $45, one of the drivers I was talking to, over this weekend, but that's much higher than normal. More often than not, they're making about $1 a mile, and that's how they're trying to turn a profit with these extremely high gas prices that we're going to potentially have at least for the foreseeable future.
Gas prices cutting into the profits of charter fishermen, who are now weighing, due to the war in Iran, whether to charge you more if you want to take a fishing trip. I'm your Cape Canaveral community correspondent, James Sparvero.
We're too afraid to really raise our rates because we don't want to deter customers away from us, but at the same time, we still got to be profitable.
It's spring break, so the demand for fishing is here at Port Canaveral. But if gas prices continue increasing,
it can impact our profits.
Captain Jamie Glasner, who owns Fin and Fly fishing charters, told me he might consider charging guests an extra $50 or $60 as a fuel surcharge.
It does interest me, the sea fishing, yeah, of course.
At the Sunrise Marina, I asked Kelvin James from England how he'd feel paying a surcharge. Would that deter you maybe from wanting to take a fishing trip?
No, not if I wanted to go and I was on holiday, vacation. Yeah, I'd pay it. Because you're in America, it's expensive anyway, isn't it?
AAA says diesel is so expensive right now, its price is climbing even faster than gasoline. You'd never be concerned that rising gas prices could put you out of business. You've been through this before, you'll go through it again.
Yeah, we've been through it before. I don't think it's going to get too crazy like it did during COVID. I hope not.
And like spring break now, Jamie told me during the pandemic years, after the lockdowns, he didn't have any trouble finding customers then. And he told me he won't cut back. He and his captains will continue taking as many fishing as they can, no matter how high fuel prices go. In Brevard County, I'm your Cape Canaveral community correspondent, James Sparvero, News 6.
What do you think about gas prices, Mother?
I don't have a problem with gas prices.
So you're fine with them being high as long as it's under Trump?
No, because they're really not high to me.
So you think they're?
I lived through the Obama era.
You think they're going to go any higher?
$5
Well, I know, but
a gallon.
Trump's main thing was that the prices were going to go down, and now they're only going up, and not going to go down to at least 2027.
He's getting
Temporarily?
ready to release.
Definitely not.
Hey, yo, not only are the gas prices high, but this gas is burning fast as shit. Y'all ain't slick. Like, I can tell my gas is going fucking way faster than it ever has before. And you gonna charge motherfucker almost $4 a gallon?
What's crazy to me, gas prices are like the only measure of the economy that certain Americans ever seem to care about. Nobody can afford a house, food prices are through the roof, but gas is 50 cents a gallon, so I guess we'll just all live in our cars. These same Americans freak out when gas prices go up, but then celebrate taking away fuel efficiency standards that would force car companies to have to innovate, because God forbid we make your car more fuel efficient if at the same time it helps the planet. And only 10% of cars sold in the US are electric, whereas 50% are electric in China. And then they celebrate banning Chinese EVs in some kind of xenophobic rage because they claim that they're low quality, but even Ford CEO said that Chinese EVs are far superior in cost and quality to their American counterparts. And then they insist on having the biggest cars possible, hate on public transportation, and practically chain themselves to their pickup truck to fight for their right to have the most monster fuel efficient vehicle, and then have a meltdown over gas prices going up. You know, you could just buy a more fuel efficient vehicle.
Started this. He's the one who should be paying for it, but it doesn't come out of his pocket, it comes out of our pocket.
Surging gas prices are complicating things for the Trump administration that was already dealing with affordability issues. In just the last week, the price of a gallon of regular gas jumped by more than 30 cents. So now the administration is saying this is just short-term pain at the pump for long-term gain with Iran.
We are defanging Iran's abilities to threaten American troops in the areas, its allies, its neighbors, and global energy markets. So yes, you've got to go through short-term pain to solve a long-term problem.
We spoke to drivers passing through this New Jersey gas station to ask them if that pain is worth it.
I don't think it's worth it. Like, we're paying the price of the war.
If we have to suffer through a little bit of gas prices going up, then we have to suffer through it. And it's a small pain to take for the rest of the world.
As a day-to-day working class man, it definitely has an impact on my family life, not being able to afford as much. I mean, I'm 25 years old and I can hardly afford to own a house.
No matter how drivers feel, according to Gas Buddy, the national average is expected to rise by another 10 cents in just a week. And in the next couple weeks, it could get up to $4 a gallon.
Want to know what's about to crush working Americans next? Gas prices. Again. Experts are warning gas could hit $8 or $9 a gallon in California. Yeah, $8 or $9 just to fill your tank so you can go to work. And it's not just gas. Airfare is expected to go up, and when fuel goes up, everything goes up. Shipping, groceries, travel. Working Americans will feel it, and we do, everywhere. Meanwhile, businesses are fleeing California. After nearly 50 years, Yamaha just announced it's leaving Orange County and moving its headquarters to Georgia as part of what it calls structural reform. Translation is it's easier to run a business in a red state than in California. At this point, why would any company that prioritizes profit stay here? California has become anti-business and anti-working class. So while politicians lecture you about climate change and energy policy, the average American is wondering one very simple thing, and that's how they are going to afford gas just to get to work.
Said that when it comes to high gas prices, now that's good, because we make a lot of money selling that energy. I don't know who he means we is. Does he think we get a cut of that?
We don't get a cut of none of that. He said, yeah, just a few months ago I had that State of the Union bragging about gas paying $2.30, could be better than that. And now, literally today, he said high gas prices is good for the economy. Whose economy? Who? That don't trickle down. We know that don't help us none. It helps your rich oil buddies. Yes, they're doing great. But how does that help America?
Hey, MAGAs, you do not get to complain about gas prices. You do not get to complain about oil prices. You do not get to complain about grocery prices skyrocketing because shipping costs are going up. This is what you wanted, remember? This is what you voted for. You've made that perfectly clear. This is your guy. You voted for the guy who started a war in the Middle East. You cheered for the aggression. You cheered for the strikes. You cheered for the escalation. But now the oil markets are freaking out and gas prices are climbing. Suddenly you're shocked. Why? The Middle East is one of the most important oil regions on planet Earth. When you start a war there, oil prices spike. When oil prices spike, gas prices spike. When fuel prices spike, the cost of transporting literally everything goes up. That means groceries go up. That means goods go up. That means the entire economy feels it. None of this is complicated. None of this is new information. This is basic geopolitics and basic economics. So no, you do not get to act surprised. You wanted the strongman. You wanted the aggression. You wanted your guy. This is what it looks like. You voted for this. You wanted this. And now you have absolutely no room to complain about it.
Gasoline will soon be $5 a gallon. They could also bring down our country.
Gas prices are going to destroy this country.
Inflation is the worst it's been in 40 years. Gas prices are up 50%.
Those were comments from Donald Trump over the years as he warned that rising gas prices were a sign of failed leadership in the White House. Now, in 2026, Trump is back in office and gas prices are rising again. Oil prices briefly surged as the Iran war threatened global supply routes like the Strait of Hormuz. But within about a day, prices dropped sharply as markets bet the conflict could ease. Still, oil prices are well above what they were at the start of the war, and prices at the pump are significantly higher than they were just a few weeks ago. For years, Trump has argued that presidents are responsible for what Americans pay at the pump.
People are outraged. The fact is, we have nobody in the White House to protect us. This could bring down Obama, but unfortunately it could also bring down our country. Gasoline and fuel and oil, that's really the lifeblood of the country. That's what we need to work.
Trump didn't make the comment once. He warned again and again that rising gas prices were a sign of failed leadership in Washington.
Rising gas prices will absolutely kill any movement in the economy.
Now, with oil prices climbing as the war involving Iran rattles global energy markets, Trump is responding this way. Short-term oil prices will drop rapidly when the destruction of the Iran nuclear threat is over. It is a very small price to pay for the U.S. and world safety and peace. Only fools would think differently, President DJT. For more than a decade, Trump argued that the price at the pump was a measure of presidential leadership. Now, that debate is unfolding again, except it's during his presidency. Reached for comment, a White House spokesperson told CNN, President Trump has been clear these are short-term disruptions and that Americans will see oil and gas prices drop rapidly again once the necessary objectives of Operation Epic Fury have been achieved and the regime's capabilities are neutralized.
You fill up today or just...
No, I just got $15.
Is that because it's high?
Yeah, I can't afford to fill up right now. Payday isn't right now. I don't know that we're going to wake up from one day to the next, to be honest.
The only thing that I know that the prices went up, it's not good. So he's the president, so he needs to consider it when the prices goes up. It's not good for the lives of the people.
Gas prices in the US have been rising since the war in Iran began. They've gone up on average about 50 cents a gallon. And here in DC, that puts it about $3.50. Now, in Australian terms, a litre works out about 125 Australian here. That might not seem much, but motorists here are already feeling the pinch.
I just heard up 50 cents on the dollar so far since the war. Probably get a little worse before it levels out, would be my guess.
The president says, look, they will go up for a short time, but it's worth it for America's security. What do you think about that?
We don't really know how long this is going to take. We don't know how long his war is going to be. So it's uncertainty. He does never really tell us anything clear to us.
President Trump says oil prices will drop dramatically once the mission in Iran is complete. And he says that higher prices are a small price to pay for world peace and security.
I felt pretty secure 3 weeks ago before this war, so I'm not really sure what he's.
This is a message to anyone that lives in the state of California. What would you say if I told you that it is expected that the price per gallon of fuel is possibly going to increase by $1? And if that makes you happy, to the blue. And they're going to feed you everybody else's fault except for those that are in charge. This time around, they're going to say it's because of Donald Trump and the quote-unquote war that he started in Iran. But what they're not telling you is that the California Air Resources Board is about to update the state's cap and invest program at the behest of Mr. Newsom and California Democrats. And a reporter named Ashley Zavala said the program specifically requires companies considered polluters to limit their carbon emissions and for them to buy credits from the state in order to pollute or fund a variety of state projects like the high-speed rail. In a nutshell, what that means is that the cost for operating a company that produces fuel or refines fuel is about to increase. And whenever their prices to produce what they need goes up, guess who else's price will increase? Yup, you guessed it, ours. This is why huge fuel companies like Chevron got up and got out of this state, because the price to refine and to produce fuel continued to rise and rise and rise. And if refineries begin to kick rocks, we begin to import our fuel, as California does. And whenever you import something, there's always import costs. In other words, if you jack up the prices for the producer will jack up prices for the consumer, because ain't no multi-million or billion-dollar corporation gonna just eat the deficit. It's a chain reaction. Always has been, always will be. And a top Chevron official is already warning that what they're doing could add another $1 on top of already California's highest in the nation gas prices. And although they were pushing and pushing for people to invest in EV vehicles that are electric, that don't run on fuel, what they failed to tell people is that 90% of the registered vehicles in California run on fuel. I hope you take this into consideration when you go in to vote. I hope that you stop voting based off of color. I hope you stop voting based off of politics. Look at policy, not politics. Look at what they are wanting to bring to the table. Because if at the end of the day, if their only version of making this state a better state is by reaching into our pockets, maybe they're not the right individuals to lead this state.
It's about now, the story breaking from President Trump, this absolutely, well, the only way to describe it is the nuclear detonation of the US-UK relationship between the Trump administration and Keir Starmer. This latest Truth Social post from the president, I think, is the most brutal of all, aimed at our Prime Minister's way. And it's been, there's been a couple this week, hasn't there? I think this is the fourth one. We started the week with President Trump saying that Keir Starmer was no Winston Churchill. That was in response to Starmer refusing to let the US military use our bases to launch strikes on Iran. Later on in the week, there were reports that President Trump had been calling Keir Starmer a loser to friends at private dinner parties. The president refused to deny that he said that when later quizzed. His response, actually, when he was asked by the New York Post, had you been calling Keir Starmer a loser? He said, well, look, I'll just repeat what I said earlier in the week. He's no Winston Churchill, is he? Then we had Keir Starmer coming out saying that President Trump should come to some sort of deal, some negotiation with the Islamist despot regime in Iran. And less than 24 hours later, without naming Keir Starmer directly, President Trump went on Truth Social, seemingly responding to Starmer by saying, absolutely no deal. Our goal is unconditional surrender. Now, the fourth attack is this post on Truth Social, which I think is absolutely extraordinary. As you just said, it says the UK, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. Well, that's okay, Prime Minister. We don't need them any longer, but we will remember. We don't need people that join wars after we've already won. That is devastating, it is brutal, and you have to say it puts the UK-US relationship at an all-time low, something to a level that we've not seen for many, many years. And by the way, Nigel Farage is at Mar-a-Lago this weekend, the so-called Winter White House in Palm Beach, Florida, where President Trump is right now. Farage was having dinner with members of the Trump administration last night, trying to lobby them on the Chagos issue. I just wonder if he has yet seen the president. Has he seen President Trump? And whether Nigel Farage knows about this post. But you have to say, it is a huge middle finger to Keir Starmer and his Labour government. 4 attacks this week on Keir Starmer. And now Nigel Farage, Keir Starmer's biggest headache, his fiercest enemy, Reform leading the polls, of course, now waltzing around Mar-a-Lago, potentially with Trump, at least with his administration. Alex.
Countries are starting to leave Donald Trump's board of peace after he started the war in Iran. Now, as you know, Donald Trump started this board of peace with the initial idea that it would help rebuild Gaza for the Palestinians. Well, now that he started the war in Iran, Indonesia is the first country to say, "We'll see you, Donald. Your board of peace, we're out of your board of peace." Now, they are citing that Donald Trump's war in Iran is going to destabilize the Middle East, and it's taking away focus from the Palestinians, which was the original purpose of the board. Now, this was always destined to be the outcome of Donald Trump's board of peace because it seemed like it was nothing more than a way for him to glorify himself. After all, he put himself in charge from now until the end of time. He made himself in complete control of all the money. He's asking for $10 billion, or he's not even asking, he's taking $10 billion of American taxpayer dollars. And you can expect more countries are probably going to follow suit, as Donald Trump is not a peace president. Instead, he is waging war country after country.
Kim Jong-un is finally getting involved. 11 million views because Kim Jong-un said, if Iran asks, we will provide it with missiles against Israel. One missile is enough to erase it. Just one of Kim Jong-un's missiles will completely wipe out Iran. That is what he's claiming. It's actually funny. And as you can see, people are just making jokes, like he's telling his servants, check if someone called me fat, please, I need a help. But guys, now he's actually going to help Iran fight. So this is another country to basically start the World War III. It is absolutely insane. Like, nobody's axing, nobody's bringing North Korea in. Like, bro, nobody wants to talk to you. And bro's like, you know what, Iran, I'll help you out. Here's a missile. Like, and then now they're gonna attack Kim Jong-un because he's sending the missiles, and then now he's gonna be involved finally. And then he can use all of those nukes and weapons he's been talking about. But anyways, what do y'all think about this? This literally got 11 million views in a day just because people think it's funny, but let's see what happens.
Tell me why the US asked Norway and fucking Spain to accommodate their military on their fucking land, since they're getting blown up in the Middle East, and considering that the Red Sea has been shut down. Girl, Spain and Norway said, bitch, abso-fucking-lutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Girl, they were like, you keep that shit in the Middle East. You started that shit, you finished that shit. And they also made public statements that they are against the fucking war that the US and Israel has started with Iran. Girl.
Has entered the chat. They're now calling the strikes on Iran war crimes and crimes against humanity. Do you know what it takes for famously neutral Switzerland to get involved? I mean, they are still probably holding stolen loot from World War II in their bank vault, but maybe it's because of images like this. That's streets of Iran on fire. That is black smoke covering the city, and black rain is falling on the city, laced with oil from those fires that you saw. Yes, that's considered an environmental disaster, not to mention the strikes on desalination plants. Do you know what those are? They remove salt from water to make it drinkable. And what happens when people don't have enough drinkable water? They can last 2, maybe 3 days before they, well, no longer exist. That is why Switzerland is stepping in and going, hey guys, we're going to break our neutrality just a wee bit and make a statement here that you have gone too far. I want you to think about that. The country who is still holding stolen goods in their bank vaults, now making a statement on what's happening in Iran.
It just seems to get from bad to worse for the Israelis and the Americans, because the Kurds have told them that they're not interested in working with them. And instead, they have made an agreement with Iran to protect their borders. If you guys know anything about the Kurds, you will know that they have exceptional skills in mountainous terrain. So it's not looking good for the Americans and the Israelis right now. If they were thinking about putting boots on the ground, they'd better rethink that option, I think.
Sources like the Jerusalem Post ask their government, what's the latest dirt you have for us? And the government says, we, the Israelis, are suggesting that the UAE, the Emiratis, took part in airstrikes with us against the Republic of Iran, which we know is very, very bad boy, very evil. And almost immediately, the United Arab Emirates was like, لماذا يا كلب? How dare you? How dare you? We would never strike the brother nation of Iran, especially their desalination plant that makes clean drinking water for citizens. Why? لماذا? Why? Yes, we are known to cooperate with Israel on many things. But even we have our limits. I don't know if that's an Arab accent, but we're rolling with it, baby. Guys, the Middle East conflict has caused such a shake-up. I just want you to sort of take a step back. The administration of the UAE are unhappy and denying claims made by the Israelis. Do you know how bad the situation has to be in the Middle East for the UAE and Israel to have a dent in their relationship? The UAE is well known for being the most powerful, wealthy, apologist or collaborative state, that works with Israel in the region. For better or worse, I'm not hating on them for it, or I'm not loving them for it either. But anyway, trying to stay unbiased here. But now, Israeli senior sources were reported in the last 48 hours by Israeli media, such as the Jerusalem Post, as having worked... Israeli senior sources were reported as saying that the UAE has worked with the US and Israel to attack Iran. The Emiratis are like, hey, don't lie. An Emirati source said, when we do something, we have the courage to announce it, end quote. Oh, you know that meme of that guy is like, oh, he's like, because it's a par, sorry. It's basically a jab at Israel from the Emiratis. I don't know how to say it anymore. It's a jab at them, saying basically, Israel, if you did it, just confess that you did it. Why are you trying to rope me in? You flattened hospitals, bakeries, UN schools, but now you're like, desalination plant. Oh, what happened there? Who did that? Why are you pretending, bro? That's what the Emiratis are hinting at. Now, a senior Emirati specifically approached the Jerusalem Post, who made the claims in the first place, that the Emirates attacked Iran. And the senior Emirati said, quote, "It is not appropriate for what is described as a senior Israeli source to speak on our behalf or spread rumors about the actions of another sovereign state," end quote. The claims and the quick denial look a lot like the early days of the war when Qatar was accused of carrying out strikes on Iran. It made very few headlines because it was very quick. There was accusations that Qatar struck Iran, and the Qatari state immediately was like, no, we promised. Wallah, we did not do that. No way. We're just defending incoming stuff. We don't want to escalate this. Are you crazy? That's the news. That's the situation, that the Arab monarchies are happy, what they have to, defend themselves against the Iranian attacks, which supposedly are being delivered, according to the Iranian side. The attacks on the Gulf monarchies are being delivered because the Gulf monarchies are siding with the US and Israel, and they have bases there, and they cooperate militarily with the US and Israel, the attackers, the aggressors in this war. But they're saying it's a step too far to suggest we would fully align with them and contribute and cooperate in the aggressive action against Iran. The Arab monarchies are like, hell, wallah, we're not.
News for you today, but things are spiraling really badly out of control. We have 3 of the wealthiest Arab nations that are now considering pulling out of the U.S. economy, pulling out investments because of the cost of this war that has been waged by Donald Trump. And when I say that they are the foundation of our economy, that if they pull out their investments, it could crash our economy, that is an understatement. And now we have this letter that was just sent to Donald Trump and published for all of us to read by the leading businessman of the United Arab Emirates. His name is Khalaf Hamad El Habtour. You're going to need to sit down for this as I read this. His Excellency President Donald Trump, a direct question. Who gave you the authority to drag our region into a war with Iran? And on what basis did you make this dangerous decision? Did you calculate the collateral damage before pulling the trigger? And did you consider that the first to suffer from this escalation will be the countries of the region itself? The peoples of this region have the right to ask as well, was this your decision alone, or did it come as a result of pressures from Netanyahu and his government? You have placed the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council and the Arab countries at the heart of a danger they did not choose. Thank God we are strong and capable of defending ourselves, and we have armies and defenses that protect our homelands, but the question remains, who gave you permission to turn our region into a battlefield. For before the ink has dried on your Board of Peace initiative that you announced in the name of peace and stability, we find ourselves facing a military escalation that endangers our entire region. So where did those initiatives go? And what is the fate of the commitments made in the name of peace? Most of the funding proposed in your initiatives came from the countries of the regions themselves and from Arab Gulf countries that contributed billions of dollars on the basis of supporting stability and development. And these countries have the right to ask today, where did this money go? And are we funding peace initiatives or funding a war that exposes us to danger? More dangerous than that, your decision does not threaten only the peoples of the region, but also reaches the American people whom you promised peace and prosperity. And here they are today, finding themselves in a war funded from their money and taxes, which costs are ranging, according to Institute of Policy Studies, between $40 to $65 billion for direct military operations and could reach $210 billion, including economic impacts and indirect losses if it lasts 4 to 5 weeks. Not to mention the sacrifice of Americans themselves in a war in which they have neither camel nor she-camel. Which I take that phrase to mean being on foot. You have even broken your promises not to get involved in wars and to focus only on America and put it at the top of your priorities, as you ordered foreign military interventions during your second term that included 7 countries: Somalia, Iraq, Yemen, Nigeria, Syria, Iran, and Venezuela, in addition to naval operations in the Caribbean and the Pacific Ocean. You directed more than 658 foreign airstrikes in your first year in office, which equals the total number of strikes in Biden's entire term, for which you directed your arrows of criticism for involving the United States in foreign wars. Your Excellency, the President, these numbers have severely reflected on your approval rating with Americans, which have declined since your inauguration for the second term by about 9% in just 400 days. These numbers say something clear. Even within the United States, there is growing concern about being dragged into a new war and about exposing the lives of Americans, their economy, and their future to unnecessary risks. True leadership is not measured by war decisions, but by wisdom, respect for others, and pushing toward achieving peace. And if these initiatives were launched in the name of peace, then we have the right today to demand full transparency and clear accountability. Well, good luck, because we are not getting any of that from the Trump administration, and we never have. And we've been asking, where is our money? Where is our money going?
Saudi Arabia is pissed at the U.S. Girl, let me tell you why. For starters, Dukiana went on his Truth Social and said that Saudi Arabia backed the decision of Israel and the U.S. conducting strikes on Iran. And Saudi Arabia was like, Habibi, we ain't never said that, bitch. Where you get this from? We ain't ever said that. Bitch, you're a liar. And now a Saudi official is stating that the U.S. has abandoned Saudi Arabia, considering they let them come into their country, the U.S. military, and station there. And now that shit is lit up, and they feel abandoned by the U.S. Girl, girl, shit is getting interesting, because now we're seeing the tides kind of turn between U.S. and Saudi Arabia. Now let's see if Saudi Arabia flips and goes on Iran's side. Now that would be interesting. Girl, shit is open. Shit is open. I don't know where this shit is gonna land, but shit is open. Goddamn, stay tuned.
Ring, ring, ring. Hello, this is South Korea here. South Korea, I have a request, more like an order really. I'm gonna need the Patriot missile interceptor battery, the whole system that I gave you. I'm gonna need it to be moved. 감사합니다, my President, Mr. President, thank you for taking such good care of Korea, but we can't give up our patriots. What if we are attacked? Don't worry, you'll be fine. Nobody will attack. I've spoken to she. Now, sorry, I need to hang up because I need to make another call, but I'll send my boys to pick up the Patriot battery very soon. Okay, love you, bye. Bring, 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 bring. Hello? Yes, is this President Zelensky? How you doing, Volodymyr, my friend? Listen, I'm going to need some of your interceptor missiles that I sent you very recently. Mr. President, normally I'm the one begging for things from you. No, I'm not begging, I'm demanding, Zelensky. Listen, we're gonna need the interceptors for the Middle East. Don't worry, Putin, he's my boy. I talked to him. You'll be okay. Okay, let's leave it there. I kid you not. Here's the headline from the Financial Times today, okay? US to tap Ukraine for Iran interceptors. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth in the US, when asked about potentially running out of ammunition, said they have unlimited stocks of certain kinds. Okay, but more revealingly, today, Friday the 6th, Trump is expecting to meet with US defense companies like Raytheon to see if they can scale up their production of missile interceptors. One source confirmed that anti-ballistic missile interceptors, these are the really expensive ones that are built to try and deal with like hypersonic missiles that at some point in their trajectory can sort of maneuver and sort of try and dodge you, and you're trying to stop it and it's like nope, and it's just a fat headache. That's why your interceptors cost so much, and reports have shown that the Western doctrine is to use 2 to 3 to make sure that the missile is intercepted. So imagine, man's firing 1 and other man's is firing 3 to get rid of that 1, and each of the 3 cost way more than the 1. The economics are busted, basically. The best of the West interceptors, probably, to deal with hypersonic and ballistic missiles are the THAAD system interceptors. THAAD stands for Terminal High Altitude Air Defense, right? And currently, literally I can use my hands. I don't need animation budget. 7 THAAD missile interceptors are produced a month.
Launched a war 6,000 miles from America. He can't fight it without European bases, airspace, and strategic geography, yet he keeps threatening the very allies whose cooperation he desperately needs. Here's a pattern that reveals everything. Trump has spent months insulting Europe, threatening Spain with trade embargoes, calling UK leadership not Winston Churchill, demanding Germany pay 5% of GDP for NATO. Don't even get me started on the tears that we've discussed ad infinitum. Then he launched a war in Iran and immediately discovered he actually needs every single one of them. I'm Elle of House Civil on YouTube. I have a PhD in computer science and I use data analysis to spot patterns in geopolitics and economics. Bloomberg published the headline, Trump finds he needs Europe now that he's waging war in Iran. The article notes that for years Europe endured Trump's complaints that it's a complicit continent hiding under America's security umbrella. Now, as he launches his first open-ended military campaign, European leaders find themselves holding something he definitely needs, their bases, airspace, and strategic geography. This is the structural weakness Trump cannot insult his way out of. America cannot bomb Iran from Washington. Aircraft needs refueling. Missiles need launch points, drones need bases within range. The Middle East is on Europe's doorstep, not America's. When Trump and Israel struck Iran on February 28th, very few people in Europe were informed beforehand. Hannah Newman, member of the European Parliament and chair of the delegation for relations with Iran, told CNBC that even German Chancellor Merz had just been informed a few minutes in advance. Minutes, not days, not even hours. Minutes before launching a war that would require sustained European cooperation. Then Trump showed up needing their help. If you want frameworks for analyzing these cascading risks and spotting them before they compound, my book Awake, the Practice of Critical Thinking in an Age of Self-Lies breaks down critical thinking methodologies in detail. It's available as an ebook and audiobook. Subscribers get 10% off, and you can get the first chapter for free in the description links. Britain initially refused to let US forces use UK bases for offensive strikes on Iran. Trump responded by insulting Prime Minister Keir Starmer Starmer. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with, he said. He specifically criticized London for denying permission to use British military bases in the Chagos Islands, an archipelago in the Indian Ocean, for offensive strikes against Iran. The UK eventually agreed to allow US use of its bases for defensive strikes on Iranian missile sites only, not offensive operations, defensive. That's called negotiating from a position of strength. Britain set conditions. Trump needed their Cyprus bases badly enough to accept the limitations.
Has blocked the United States from using its bases, including RAF Fairford and Diego Garcia, for strikes on Iran. And it's not just Britain. Saudi Arabia told Washington directly that its airspace and territory are off limits. Qatar, Kuwait, the UAE, and Bahrain have all refused to help Trump strike Iran. These are the countries bordering Iran, the ones with the most to gain from neutralizing Tehran's nuclear program. They are the ones most aggressively saying no to Trump. So last June, Trump's attack on Iran worked because it was a one-night operation with B-2s flying from Missouri. But a sustained months-long campaign against Iran, this requires forward bases for rearming and refueling. And every potential host nation told Trump no. The American military can still strike anywhere on Earth, but the American global network of bases that enables American power is rapidly coming to an end.
Okay, hold on a second. If we were in 2019 right now and someone made a video saying, hey, here's what's going to happen in 2020, 21, and 22, including the 2 week to flatten the curve, which turned into 2 or 3 years, and all the other crazy stuff, you'd want to hear about it, right? To be prepared, to be aware, to know what's coming around the corner. Well, we have an idea as to what is about to happen because of the energy crisis that's looming right now and really in the midst. So listen to this. The International Energy Agency released their Sheltering from Oil Shocks report on Friday. And they listed steps. This is kind of like when we have advisories coming out of the World Economic Forum saying, well, we should probably do this if we want to slow the curve. This is another version of that. And this is what they're suggesting to do to be able to slow or stop the effect of the supply shock. So this is a 10-point plan, and if we were to follow the plan, restrictions to movement would be apparent. Now, to clarify, some of this is not confirmed, some of this is opinion, some of this is conjecture. We're wondering how exactly this is going to pan out. But listen to this. You got to read between the lines. Alternating days that you can drive on the road based on your license plate. Speed limits lowered everywhere. This is just what they've tabled. It's not confirmed, it's not mandated or anything yet. Car-free Sundays was suggested. This says 40% of flights cut, but that's not confirmed, but there would be less air travel. Working from home is already being suggested in Vietnam, Thailand, and all throughout Asia. Carpooling would be heavily suggested, and also people would want to do that anyway if the price of gas and diesel is through the roof. Now, they're going to call this temporary energy measures, we know that. However, remember, it was supposed to be 2 weeks to flatten the curve, and it lasted 2 years. They're calling it temporary energy measures during a war, but wars last decades. We know during Shmobid-Shmeintin, that took away many people's right to gather. This could affect our right to move. Now, I don't have all the answers to this or solutions per se, but we need to stay strong like we did during 2020, be aware that other things are going on, and spread awareness.
I'm going to be one of the first people to say this, but energy lockdowns are coming and you better be prepared. With the conflict going on in the Middle East, oil prices are already rising, and countries in Southeast Asia have even started telling their residents to start rationing their energy and electricity. Now, you have to couple that with the fact that the United States just got a warning from Iran, basically saying that if we go after their power plants, they're going to go after the ones in Europe. Obviously, that would be horrible news, but if none of that happens, oil will continue to rise just based on this entire conflict and the strait being closed for how long it has been. Now, with the price of oil, everything else is going to go up, including, and more so, electricity. Just like COVID, they are going to basically tell you that you cannot go to work. You cannot use as much electricity as you're using. They have water bans in some places already, like California, Nevada. Hey, don't consume as much water. They're going to do the same exact thing with electricity, and they're going to monitor it and make sure that you don't use as much. Now, I don't know if you've noticed, but this year we are having some wacky weather, and this summer is predicted to be one of the hottest on record. Couple that with the fact that our energy infrastructure is totally shot. Places like Texas, we can't even go an entire winter without our electricity shut off because the grid is too tapped out. Now, with all of this going on, this is being viewed as an opportunity from the elite. They want to hollow out the middle class, and they don't care that you can't afford your energy. They want two classes, the rich and the elite, and they want the poor people. They want to make this look like a third world country. So you need to have a plan in place. Obviously, inflation is going to go through the roof. There's two different scenarios. One, they're going to print a whole bunch of money and give everyone stimulus checks to help you afford the energy, in which case inflation and the value of all your money you have saved will completely deplete. Or they're going to keep at it with the high interest rates, and the debt will continue to rise, and the prices will, again, still dramatically go up. Get smart, have a plan in place, start diversifying where your money is going. Hard times are coming, so please be prepared.
Listen, energy lockdowns are coming. It's going to be COVID 2.0, but they don't have to force you to do it because no one's going to have any money to go anywhere. You are already seeing signs like United Airlines just cut 5% of their flights. They're already rationing oil in some Southeast Asian countries where, hey, come every other day to get oil. Wait another 4 to 6 weeks from now. If this war continues, it's going to be work from home again. The price of flights is going to double in 2 months. No one's going to be flying anywhere. Hotels are going to crash. All this Airbnb crap. It's all going to crash just like COVID did. And what is the government going to do? They only got one solution. They're going to send out stimmy checks for everyone so they can compensate for the doubling of their grocery prices and oil prices. Now, another thing to put in perspective, in the 1970s oil embargo, the price of oil quadrupled from where it was at. And right now we are destroying each other's energy infrastructure. This isn't an oil embargo they can just lift and then we can increase the capacity. This energy infrastructure, like the LNG in Qatar, they're saying it's going to take 5 years to rebuild that. So it's just not going to be something we can turn on in the middle of the night. So this is going to be the death knell for the middle class. Whoever's left of the middle class is going to be forced out with just insane inflation on food, costs, insurance, everything going up. And the United States is going to look a lot like Mexico. You're just going to be either really rich or really poor.
Have an official response from the new supreme leader of Iran with 3 specific demands at 30-day increments. Demand number 1 is a complete and total withdrawal of American forces from Iraq, Kuwait, Syria, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia within 30 days. How likely is that? Demand number 2, the U.S. must lift every sanction imposed on Iran since 1979, including all banking restrictions, oil export limitations, and all technological transfer, information and products transfer bans within 60 days. The third demand is to pay reparations to Iran for economic warfare that cost Iran an estimated, in their estimation, lost revenue in the last 40 years. Now, what they expect is to be paid back $500 billion within 10 years. If these 3 actions are not met, Iran will take very, very specific retaliatory actions. The number 1 is they will completely close the Strait of Hormuz within that 30-day and on that 30-day deadline. Number 2, they will activate defenses and military partnerships with Russia and China, including foreign military bases on Iranian soil. The third thing they promise to do is to exercise its right under international law to develop and deploy full-spectrum nuclear deterrent capabilities. The key word is deploy. When they use the word like deploy in an official statement, it leads one to believe they already have some form of nuclear capability. Now, this is not from the production of their own nuclear capabilities, because as we know, Donald Trump completely erased and demolished them. No, this is from what has come from either Russia or China, who has said 100% they are backing them. As put in official statements less than 90 minutes after these demands from the new supreme leader, China media and Russia media both released statements saying they recognized Iran's sovereignty as a country and they are giving full military, unlimited support to Iran to defend itself if necessary. Now that's pretty damn scary. There was a leak from the Pentagon, and this is very important. It's dated on March 9th. It said that the attack so far has got the infrastructure that the attack was supposed to get. That portion of the excursion was complete. The military part that failed to meet their objectives of the orange turd is that Iran still has full capability to strike because their underground supplies and manufacturing is still intact and 100% at occupancy, including the nuclear developments. Here's the very scary part. Achieving the total military victory as Trumpel-Thin-Skin dictates would take 200,000 United States troops. Let me repeat that. 200,000 United States troops.
Jeez.
And he's already started deploying 5,000 from one, 2,000 from the other. Well, Iran just offered another attack in form of a one-sentence statement. They offered one condition to completely open the strait, and that is that every drop of oil purchased that travels through the strait is purchased with the Chinese yuan, which is a direct attack on the petrodollar. That is economic warfare from China.
So 20% of the world's LNG is now gone, and that is the fuel for power plants across Europe and Asia and India. This affects electricity, heating, even gasoline prices. A large portion of this gas is going to take 3 to 5 years to come back online, as per Qatar this morning. That means this coming winter, places like France, Italy, and the UK likely to be rationing electricity. Also, South Korea. And most all of the countries in Europe and Asia, if they can get electricity, are likely to be paying 3 to 4 times more for it. This is being downplayed like COVID. I always wanted to downplay it. I didn't want to cause panic. The words of Donald Trump. That's happening right now. In addition, that strike completely wipes away any release of ours from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Because when that much natural gas comes offline, a lot of that is replaced in power plants as they switch to oil. So oil demand just rose drastically. This is not good, folks. This is not good.
This is to the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. As a loyal supporter that stood behind you for the last almost 8 to 10 years, I had very much confidence that you was going to do what you said your second term. You said gas prices would come down, food would come down. You said no more wars. And then what happened? Gas is that expensive. We're in war now. So Trump, all I got to say is, look here, I'm a loyal supporter, but I just, at this time right here, you have let me down. I've been called deployable. I've been called a MAGA. I've been called all kinds of stuff, trying to stand up for you until you can prove that you can bring gas prices down and our food prices down and start doing your job. Gas is $3.59 a gallon. Mr. President, I cannot support you no more.
Notice gas prices going up lately.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Does that affect you at all?
Definitely, absolutely. My husband, he drives diesel, so that's like $2 more.
What do you think about the U.S. decision to go into Iran?
I think we got to do what we got to do to keep this country safe. So, and if it means paying a little bit more in gas right now to keep everybody safe, then that's what we got to do.
Hey, this video's for all the MAGA people and the people who still support Trump. You're either one of two things at this point. One, at best, you're either just choosing to remain willfully ignorant and burying your head in the sand. Or two, you never actually gave a about anything or had any real values at all. You just wanted your team to win. And you want me to tell you how I know? Because they just come out and told us that the first 7 days of this war in Iran has cost the American taxpayer $11.3 billion. And for the last 6 years, all you motherfuckers have been talking about is spending our tax dollars on waste, fraud, and abuse. The left will say some shit like, hey, let's give kids a free lunch at school. And you guys will go, well, no, it's not my fault that their parents are lazy and don't want to get a job. I shouldn't have to pay for somebody else's kids. You say like, oh, I'm pro-life because I care about kids and I'm a Christian, but you ain't have nothing to say when your tax dollars are used to send over a bomb to an all-girl skill, killing over 100 of them. We had to listen to y'all talk for 4 years about cheap gas. Look at the gas now, dumb. I don't know how many times it's going to take for this motherfucker to look at you and tell you he don't give a about you before you finally start listening. Oh, that's right. It's because you never gave a about any of that. You only cared about your team winning.
The gas prices going up.
War. Yeah, that's all I know.
Are you pleased with us being in Iran?
Not really. No, there should be no war. Yeah. What do you do?
What do you think about President Trump? How's he doing?
No comment.
Did you vote?
I did vote for him.
You know, he pleaded to the people, make America great again. We're tearing America apart right now.
Fishermen here in Cortez, Florida are pissed off with the president who many of them voted for, and they're angry because of skyrocketing diesel prices.
I'm really scratching my head because I voted Republican and most of us in the fishing industry did, and we're not seeing the positives come out of it.
Now, before the war in Iran, gas coming from this pump in Cortez was going for $3.29 per gallon. Now, gas from this pump is closer to $5 a gallon. And for boats like this one, Linnea, which is about to go out on a 2-week sword fishing trip, it needs 4,600 gallons of diesel. And with prices like these, that's making business unsustainable. All of that on top of the fact that these fishermen are also having to contend with President Trump's erratic tariff policy.
When the tariffs initially went into effect, there was a huge jump in all of our tackle and supplies. And even though the tariff percentages were rolled back a little bit, our suppliers never rolled back their prices.
Now, the manager of this family-run fishing company here in Cortez, Karen Bell, tells me that the tariffs and the diesel prices mean she's going to have to raise the price of fish, and that cost is ultimately going to be incurred by the customers.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to push prices up. I hope consumers realize that, when we push prices forward or up, it's not really something we want to do.
And one fisherman warned me that this could mean the end for the fishing industry here in Cortez.
Oh, this could be the final straw for a lot of people. For a lot of people in this industry, man. I mean, We're already taxed to death. Everything, the cost of everything, tackle, the cost of operation, and then the fuel going up. It could be the nail in the coffin for a lot of people. I mean, and it's sad.
And these fishermen have a clear message to President Trump about who's suffering from this war back home.
The working class people like us that are going to suffer from this. There's no benefit to it for any of us. The war is pointless.
What do you think about the decision to strike Iran?
It was a great decision. I think somebody else should have done it a couple of years ago, the last 3 other presidents.
Are you willing to pay higher prices at the pump if that's the cost?
Yeah, I'm willing to pay a little more, yeah.
If you could say something to President Trump and he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You're a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
Are you displeased with the war in Iran?
Yes, it's not our war. We should not be sending our soldiers over there to get harmed when it's not about us. It's about them. Like, why are we sticking our noses where we don't belong?
I've been hearing about it
for the past week and a half or so about gas being watered down and burning faster. I just haven't personally experienced it or noticed it with my car until this morning, okay? About maybe 20 minutes ago. First of all, I got my settings set to distance to empty so I can see exactly how many miles I have until my car is on empty, right? So I drove maybe 2.5 miles at the most, but yet my car told me that I burned, is it 7 miles worth of gas in 2.5 miles, right? So I'm here to confirm it. Gas is being cut, okay? Now, I don't know if it's the gas station doing it or the petroleum companies doing it, but it's definitely happening, okay? So I went to 2 different AI sources for answers, right? And immediately I got gaslit by both of them, okay? So they covering for them too, so you ain't gonna get no answers for them. I'm just gonna go ahead and warn you now. You can try, but I'm here to confirm that gas is definitely being cut.
Is it just me, or does it seem like gas is burning a lot faster than it normally does? I go to the same 3 fucking places every day. To work, to home, and to the gym. And this week alone, I have used more than twice as much gas as I normally use. Something's up with the gas.
I know the gas prices are super duper high, right? But I don't know what's going on, because yesterday I just filled up, and it cost me $62.15. I wish I kept the receipt to show y'all. Filled up my car. It's at the top half before the half mark of my car. Like, this gas that we're getting, is burning very fast. Like, I don't know if it's water. Like, what is this? $62.15 for me to be just before the half mark, and I keep looking at it because I'm like, what? I literally filled up yesterday. Somebody got some explaining to do.
I know gas is expensive right now, but is anybody else realizing that their gas is going quicker? And I don't mean because it's more expensive. Hold on. I mean literally. I put 93 in this. 93. And it's not doing what it used to do. Let me find out. Y'all are taxing us and watering this shit down. Anybody else? I am actually so serious. Track your shit. You know, that's how you tell if you need maintenance or you need something. I want your opinion. Is gas not lasting what it did before? I know it's expensive as shit, but answer the question.
What is wrong with my car? This last week or so, suddenly, my gas is dropping so fast. My car normally gets 31 miles a gallon, and it has the thing that tells you how many miles to empty. And I watch that like a hawk all the time, have since I've gotten the car. Well, suddenly, it's dropping 2 to 3 miles per mile that I drive, and I'm driving gently. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not blowing through this gas. It's expensive, but is something wrong with my car? What is the most likely answer for that? I cannot really afford to take it somewhere. How screwed am I? How long till my car just gives out?
People is starting to notice that this gas is burning faster than normal. Ever since the gas prices went up, and now that we are in WA, you know what? The gas is going up, but it's burning so fast. And I kept seeing video. Well, what's crazy is, I told my mama last week, I say, I'm filling my tank up, but it's only lasting me for like 3 days. And I ain't doing nothing crazy. I'm doing my same routine. It's only lasting me for like 3, maybe 4 days, when normally I fill my tank up and lasts me for a week. And I asked my mama, I said, well, have you noticed a change in your gas? She said, yes. And my mama don't even go nowhere. Child, that woman be home. She go get a little groceries or whatnot. Mama don't be going nowhere, y'all. And she said, yeah, because I thought I mispumped. I thought, I didn't pump the full amount.
I swear to God, Trump could stand behind a podium and say that he shits gold regularly, and his followers would literally just be like, yeah, no, he shits gold. I know he does. He told me he does. He got on the TV and he said he shits gold, so I know it's true.
Just so you know, when you go to file your taxes this year, the no tax on overtime that Trump sold you on to get your vote is actually no tax on 1/3 of overtime. Because the only portion of your overtime that is non-taxable is the half in your time and a half pay. So if you get double time on overtime, or you're getting an incentive for working overtime, That's taxable. And this all phases out at $150,000 if you're filing single. For every $1,000 you make over $150,000, you're going to miss out on $100 of the maximum $12,500 deduction. This is far from no tax on overtime, because I know I have made over $75,000 this year on overtime. But you know what I'm going to be able to deduct? Less than $5,000. He wants to make it seem like he's doing something for the working class, but if you look at the tax breaks that millionaires and billionaires got, it's not even comparable. We still got shit on. He just wants to make you think that he actually did something good for you. And the sad thing is, you're all buying it.
You can tell the people that don't actually read anything and they just get hyped up on headlines, because right now I'm currently in a postal group and we're on a thread because somebody's saying, my calculations are wrong. I had 12,000 on overtime, but they're only giving me 2. No, your calculations aren't wrong, honey. You got played. We all did. Everyone. Democrat and Republicans. It's not no tax on overtime. You know how overtime you get paid time and a half? The only thing that they don't tax is the half. It ain't shit. It ain't shit. You really thought that this administration would cut our taxes and do anything beneficial for us. And we're not billionaires or own corporations. Y'all really thought that? Like, really think about this.
All right, Trump. That's not cool, man. No tax on overtime. Well, I'm just now finding out that no tax on overtime is not no tax on overtime. There is tax on overtime. It's no tax on the half. So anything after 40 hours is time and a half. And you're still taxing the time, just not the half. And that's not how you made it out. That's not how you told us it was going to be. You're doing that fine print manipulation and deceit. If you tell us no tax on overtime, that's what we expect. Don't turn into a regular, normal politician. That's why I voted for you, because I thought you weren't a politician. But that's a politician tactic, and I'm not happy. And I'm sure millions of others who put in 60, 70 hours a week to put family on put food on the table for the family, to keep lights and heat and air conditioning on for their family, because we can't survive on 40 hours. They're not going to be happy either. You need to fix this. No tax on overtime should mean no tax on overtime, not no tax on the half of time and a half. That's that small print, that fine writing manipulation and deceit, and you're guilty of it.
We filed our income taxes. I know it's early, but we filed. We had our paperwork. We filed. We do qualify for the earned income credit and the additional child tax credit, so we do not get our refund until March. But what I'm going to share with you are just some roundabout numbers, what we plan to do with our taxes. So for starters, we are getting enough back to pay off the remainder of our Jeep loan, which is $2,700. We are also getting enough back to pay off the loan we took out the beginning of last year because we went through some financial hardships, and that is around $3,500. We also get to pay off my husband's Affirm, which has racked up to be about $1,000, and my Affirm, which has also racked up to be about $1,000, saving us a total of roughly $650 to $700 a month that we will no longer have to pay out of pocket to pay these things off. Now, exact numbers will come in March because obviously we still have to make payments for February and March for all of these things. So the numbers will decrease, and the amount of money we have left over to spend might be a little bit more, but we'll get into all those details. I just wanted to share with you because I am super excited because that is going to change the entire trajectory of 2026. And I hope you guys are getting a good refund, and I hope you guys have lots of stuff planned for yours.
So did you see the video of the guy who works for FedEx that went and filed his tax return? He had something like on average of 50 hours a week worth of overtime. And he just found out that because he works for FedEx and he's in transportation, none of it comes off his taxes. He's like, wait a second, they promised me all this extra money. God damn, that's what happens when you vote red. They fuck with your head.
Hey, it's Joe from Georgia. So people have started filing their federal income tax, and what they're starting to learn, especially those people on the right who thought they weren't going to pay taxes on overtime. Well, I will tell you this. The big, beautiful bill was crafted with a precision to ensure that 90% of overtime is not tax deductible. Yeah. And folks, people do need to understand the difference between a deduction and a credit. So FedEx put out a memo to their employees that because of the type of job they're in transportation, that overtime is not covered. And there's a lot of things that aren't covered. By the way, airline industry, none of that overtime can be deducted, not one penny of it, because transportation operates under the Railway Labor Act. So folks, all those people got so excited that they were not going to pay tax on overtime. You're filing your taxes and you're finding out. Now, there are some people who qualified within that very narrow window. However, they're getting very few dollars of that overtime taken away. You know, it's kind of like that, you know, no tax on Social Security. You know, the one that doesn't exist. But folks, the con economics of the Trump administration.
No tax on overtime that took effect last year? Well, I found out the hard way, not all overtime is covered. I don't think very many people are aware of this, but USPS workers qualify for daily overtime, and we get that because of our contract negotiations. Well, come to find out, contractually negotiated overtime does not count towards write-off. I made about $20,000 last year in overtime, and I'm only eligible to write off about $5,500 of it. The best example to give you is this week there was a holiday. I'll end up with about 14 hours of overtime this week. But if you minus the holiday pay, I technically only worked 6 hours over 40. So only 6 hours of overtime is eligible for write-off. Listen, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm still stoked to get some write-off, but I would have loved to get all my overtime written off.
I saw the section about overtime now, and I was like, nice. I had 99.5 hours of overtime last year that I can deduct. Pretty good. Turns out you can only deduct the difference between your overtime rate and your regular rate. So for me, I think my overtime rate is 36.75 and my regular is 24.5. So I can only deduct the difference between that, which is 12.25. Even though all of that 99.5 hours was overtime hours in excess of 40 hours, my normal 40-hour work week, I only get to deduct $12.25 an hour.
Walmart. That don't weigh no 4.66 pounds. We'll use the scale. 2.37 pounds. They're ripping people, straight ripping people off. I'm going through every single one of these. Fucking scammer.
Do you think that $63 for 2 steaks is absolutely ridiculous? If so, then you're just like me. Go ahead and hit that follow button. You see, I would rather spend $10 on 2 cheap steaks than $63 for 2 steaks. I don't know what happened in America, but I remember when it used to be cheaper to go to the store and buy dinner and cook it. Nowadays, it's cheaper to go to Texas Roadhouse than it is to stay at home and cook. If you're sick and tired of these companies playing games and you just want a good product for a fair price, leave me a comment and go ahead and follow, because you and me are the same. I'm tired of these high prices.
You know it's gotta be bad if every fucking time you go grocery shopping it causes you to think about this shit. I need somebody to show me where this land of the free and home of the brave is, because all I'm fucking seeing is land of the fucking greed and home of the slaves. They want you out here voluntarily giving up 80 to 85% of your life, your time, every week just to fucking survive, just to make bare minimum. There is nowhere to live for freeze. Nowhere. Where the fuck is this land of the freeze at, for one? I want to know. I mean, God forbid if anything happens to my parents and they leave me a place to live, I still gotta pay fucking taxes on the land and the house every fucking year that it is in my possession. Not once, but every fucking year. If that doesn't scream class maintenance, I don't know what the fuck else does. Like, if y'all ain't realizing what the taxes really are doing, I can't help you, because that's exactly what it is. It is a way for the government and the people in power to keep you in fucking place and to keep their boot on your fucking neck. Meanwhile, they're exempt from paying these taxes. They they fit into this magical criteria that exempts them from having to pay these taxes. But us broke bitches and poor people that can't even afford to barely pay for fucking tampons can't be exempt from these taxes. Make it make fucking sense. Again, they want you to give up your life, 80 to 85% of your life and your time. Give it away. Because I need you to add up the amount of time you're at home, and you can't count sleeping. And then come back to this fucking post and tell me you're not giving away 80% of your fucking life. This ain't life. These billionaires, these millionaires ain't giving up. No, they're on vacation. They're on trips every other week. What the fuck's going on? Where's this land of the free, home of the brave? We're just a bunch of fucking slaves. We're a bunch of fucking slaves. If you pay taxes, you're a fucking slave. And it worked. It worked for the longest fucking time. They had people convinced that that's life. That's what you need to do, is be indoctrinated into the system, get you a good 9 to 5, and work until you about break a fucking hip. Until it didn't. Until it stopped working. And you know, it's sad. Because here we are at the end of 2025. Groceries are still outrageous. Ain't nothing been great again. Ain't nothing made great again. Ain't nothing changed. And I can't go get damn grocery shopping one time without thinking about this shit.
When I tell you our grocery bill should be illegal, I am like slightly embarrassed / ashamed / appalled to even tell you what the number is, but I'm gonna. We've been spending on average $1,800 a month for groceries. This is for a family of 4. Me, my husband, a 2-year-old, and a 9-month-old. What? Now, I do want to preface a few things. We eat all of our meals at home. Like, we don't eat out. Maybe once a month we do. My husband works from home. I'm at home all day. The girls are at home. So, like, we eat 3 meals, 2 snacks at home. We do have some dietary restrictions. My whole family's allergic to dairy. One of them is also allergic to eggs. We do buy things that are, like, organic, grass-fed, grass-finished, whole foods, fruits, veggies, protein. I'm exclusively breastfeeding, so I do eat a lot, like 3,000 calories a day, 160 grams of protein. My husband's a big dude, like 6'4", 220. He eats 200 grams of protein. Like, we all eat really well. We eat really healthy, but I've just never had a budget. It's kind of like ignorance is bliss. You know, when like something's probably bad, but you just ignore it because like ignorance is bliss. You just like, if I don't know, then I don't know. Well, I know now. I tracked the last 6 months, and that's like on average how much we were spending. And I just buy whatever because I can. And I'm grateful for that. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. So each week I'm going to focus on meal prep, meal planning, planning your stuff out in advance.
I have a receipt from 1997 that my mother-in-law saved. It's from H-E-B. If you live in Texas, you know what that is. But it says that the total for 122 items was $155. So I've had people begging me in the comment section to put everything that's on here into H-E-B, like curbside. So I'm gonna find out what all of this would cost today. This is crazy. They got 12 cantaloupes, 77 cents each. They are now $2.58 each. This is gonna be bad. Honey used to be, like a thing of honey, used to be $2.49. It is now $9.95. Coffee used to be $2.47. It is now, for like a bag of ground coffee, it is $9.43. How are we supposed to survive? So the State Fair classic corn dogs used to be $2.49 for like a pack of 22. Now they're $14.30. I finally think I finished. So for 122 items at HEB in 1997, that costs $155. In 2026, 122 items cost $504. That is crazy to me. Like, half of this was Gerber food for babies and wipes and diapers for twins. Plus a lot of food, lots of fruit, lots of vegetables, like chicken, everything you could need right here. That is crazy to me. It's actually so depressing.
In our pantry. And I should say this, but we already do those things, like, but I just never paid attention. Typically shop at like Walmart, Costco, Target, Pick and Save. Those are like our 4 big ones. Most of it's at Walmart, but some of the dairy-free things that I need tend to be more expensive and you can't get them everywhere. So sometimes I kind of have to hunt for those. But my goal for this month is to spend $1,000 and see how that feels. I don't want to set like a specific goal and like get discouraged. So I want to see how that feels over the next few weeks, if it's realistic. Really, I would love to get to 800.
I thought it would be easier the more I talked about leaving MAGA, being a 3-time Trump voter. But I have to be completely honest with you that it's not getting easier, and it actually feels like it's getting more difficult because I'm gaining more empathy. And I don't think people really realize how counterintuitive the hate that I receive when you can take one look at my page and see that I am doing the work. I read a comment this morning that I'm not stitching because I don't want hate to come our way, but you'll understand why I'm reading it. I've been deconstructing from Christianity and left MAGA. I do not speak about it because the hate you receive from the left is no different from the hate you received when you were in the cult. I'm just minding my own business and rewiring my whole belief system. What people don't understand is how hard it is to actually wake up and realize your entire life has been a lie, and now you have to start over from scratch. I'm not going to allow any negativity from anyone into my life. It's hard enough to do this. I can't see. I had to stop and gather myself. Not only that, I'm not going to be a part of any political party or religion ever again, so the expectation of the left thinking we have to vote blue now in order to make amends or something is not something I want to be a part of. The amount of "I'll never forgive you" I see in your last video is enough for me to never try to speak up on anything that's happened to get me here. My entire family is deep Southern conservative Christian Republicans. It's been buried into my whole system since birth. Seeing my truth and removing myself from it has been the hardest thing I've ever done. I don't really know what else to say other than, like, I don't think that this is what the left wants. You've been shouting for people to wake up for years, and people do. And you just want to harp on, and I get it. Yeah. That it didn't happen soon enough. And I don't believe that. I can't believe that. I have too much hope in my soul to roll over and die. For those that don't know, I am a 3-time Trump voter. I left MAGA in 2025. And, you know, I am trying to use my voice the best way that I can and sharing information that I'm learning for the first time ever. I did not know about Katie Johnson before about a week ago. And if I didn't know about her, I'm willing to bet that there are a lot of people who are also have left MAGA or still in MAGA supporting it that don't know about her story either. Maybe they heard a blip about it, but there was nothing harping on this. We were probably just told that this was fake news. We were also just very focused on the fact that Trump was draining the swamp.
he was just projecting. Like, I now see it for what it is now. But like, I never heard someone say, yeah, he's just projecting here. Like, he is the swamp. Never heard that. Never once, like, yes, I heard the, grab him by the thing, heard all that. But like, I also was under this belief that like, when people are trying to get to the top, like, there will be people, trying to prevent them from getting to the top. And I'm also under the impression that this is God's plan. This, he's anti-abortion. He's our guy. So there's a lot that went into the brainwashing and indoctrination into supporting MAGA. Now, I say all this to say that I will not be shamed for learning about this stuff for the first time. Like, I understand that I was extremely ignorant, blissfully unaware, head in the sand, going about my life thinking, yeah, the world's so terrible, but Jesus will come back soon. So that was my mentality. And now I realize how disillusioned it is to live that way, just to sit idly by and let this kind of stuff happen is not how I want to spend my life. Yeah. I cannot put the toothpaste back in the tube for me. I've seen the world for what it is. The veil has been lifted.
None of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
We're behind, and we're one of many companies quite behind, several weeks behind.
As her subcontractors are faced with this daily question with ICE in the community.
Are you comfortable going to work?
The answer, increasingly, is no, as more are detained at or on their way to work.
How do I guarantee you that just because you've done things through due process, that if you show up to work today, nothing's going to happen to you?
Yeah, you can't.
We can't.
And while her customers are understanding, work has nearly stopped. Cash flow doesn't add up. And she fears after 15 years in business, this will be her last.
We don't have very many crews working at all right now, but the ones that we do are taking risk. When it happens to someone you know and care about, it means something different. But I know I'm far from the only one in the situation that I'm in. I'm genuinely very afraid of what's going to happen.
I assume building will slow, costs for these services will go up. Do you think that's fair to say?
Yes. What I'm hopeful for is that we can all come together and work together to make this process safer and more efficient. How do we protect the people that we need to protect? And it's just not that simple.
You're going to protect rather than go after them and hope that everybody's happy that the Dow hit 50,000. Are you out of your mind? I've been pretty quiet about Pam Bondi in front of Congress the other day talking about how the Dow's up to 50,000. Nobody gives a because what you should be talking about is how you are going to investigate and prosecute any that were running around on Epstein Island that you're affiliated with. But we didn't talk about that, did we? Oh, and what's the excuse? What was the excuse? Oh, if we prosecute everybody, the whole system would go down. Well, you know what that sounds like? You know what that sounds like? That sounds like how Trump ran his campaign. Let's drain the swamp. Doesn't that sound a lot like draining the swamp? It actually is drain the swamp served up to you on a silver platter. But you're not going to take it, are you? You're going to protect. You're going to protect.
Yeah.
Rather than go after them and hope that everybody's happy that the Dow hit 50,000. Are you out of your mind? I guess the whole drain the swamp campaign promise was another lie, huh? Man, the lies are stacking up fast. I've never seen so many lies appear in, what, a year? It's only been a year. Look at all the lies.
We learned that 60% of our core users are over $100,000 a year in income, in average household income. That gives us confidence that we can lean into that group in a more meaningful way, whether it's the solo occasion and or group occasions, to really drive meaningful transaction performance in the year.
So Chipotle is raising their prices again. And apparently the CEO of Chipotle is saying, if you're broke, then Chipotle is not the place for you. I mean, that's what he's saying in so many words. Basically, he's saying that their core customer base, 60% of their core customer base are people who make over $100,000 a year. Yeah. So basically, they're saying that the majority of their customers, 60%, make over $100,000 a year. Therefore, they won't mind the 1% to 2% price increase because they can basically afford it. And those are the people they are targeting for as their core audience regarding their new price increase. So basically, if you're broke, Chipotle is not the spot for you. Do not go to Chipotle. Their core customers are at $100,000 a year. They're confident that they can lean into that group a more meaningful way.
Rich people are in our wallets like it's a group chat that they were not invited to. So did y'all see the Chipotle CEO say the quiet part out loud? He said they gonna keep raising prices. Why? Because he says he believes that their customers make enough money that they'll just take it and keep paying it. Okay. Y'all see how rich people play with our money like it's Monopoly cash? See, I remember when Chipotle first came out. That burrito bowl was $5. $5. And back then, they wasn't shaking the spoon, to knock pieces of chicken off. You understand? You got a meal, and you could eat that meal for lunch and still have some left over for dinner, and might even have a little bit left over the next day, too. And now, Chipotle is basically saying we can charge whatever we want, and it doesn't matter because you're going to pay it anyway. That's not inflation. That is disrespect with a side of guac. In this economy, where everything already costs so damn much, honestly, it don't take nothing to take Chipotle's off my menu. Like my mama used to say, we got Chipotle's at home, okay? So what's the max y'all are willing to pay for Chipotle? Because they already priced me out. A person should not need a payment plan for rice and beans.
Chipotle saying that they're not going to lower prices, but instead increase them because their core customer base makes over 100K is stupid. It's not even good business practice. Let me tell you something about people who actually make very good money, right? Now, again, 100K right now does not mean what it used to mean, but either way, I'm going to explain to you the mindset of people with money and with means. It actually doesn't matter about the price. It matters about if they feel like they're getting their money's worth, period. And Chipotle is a great explanation. I live in a very well-off area, and I work with a lot of wealthy people. And I literally had this conversation the other day about why Chipotle has priced everyone out, because amongst people who have the money to spend it, they're not going to spend it somewhere that's not worth it. And no matter what Chipotle thinks, $50 for 2 bowls and drinks is never going to move the needle for somebody who can spend $50 anywhere. That's just stupid. That's why a lot of CEOs who don't know how to think like their customers fail. That's why a lot of these businesses, when it comes to private equity taking over, fail. Because you assume that people are spending the money because it doesn't matter. But what you don't understand is it matters as long as they feel like it's worth what they're spending. Me and my clients routinely talk about food not being worth it. Whether or not it's $5 or $500, doesn't matter. They want to feel like they're getting their money's worth. So for me, if I could spend $50 at Chipotle, I can just spend that $50 somewhere else where I feel like I'm getting more than Chipotle, because Chipotle ain't worth $50 no matter how you fucking slice it. Especially not for people who grew up knowing Chipotle was $6.50 when it came out. You're crazy. Those CEOs are not good at their jobs. That's all it is. Plain and simple. They're tone deaf, they're stupid, and because they look at people as numbers, they miss out on the reality. And because people on the internet also have no fucking clue what it's like to be in that circle, y'all also think that that's the way it works. It's not. It's not. It never will be. Yes, people will frivolously spend on things. That does not include things like fast casual food, though. That's just bad business.
Chipotle, who is making $100,000 a year and still eating at Chipotle? Let me know. The thing with Chipotle is y'all food used to be $12 a bowl, even cheaper. Same with Netflix. Used to be $8 a month for mad movies, right? The thing with Chipotle is that Literally all your customers are broke teenagers in high school. I think that's about 60% of their sales force. Everything else is like college students and random people like, oh, let's go to Chipotle. Most of all of their customers are under the age of 18. Literally putting their last $15 together for mom and dad, quite literally. So I don't know why they think that their people are over 100K. It also shows how out of touch the CEO is for even thinking that. If there's a survey, everybody's lying, quite literally, everybody's lying. The biggest thing with Chipotle is, why am I spending $15, $16, $18 on a bowl and it's not even worth any of that? Why I like Wawa so much instead of Subway? Because Subway went up on prices OD. Is I know with Wawa, you get the same exact quality every single time for the same $10 or $7 sandwich. With Chipotle, I could spend $18 and every single restaurant is gonna be different. Not every Chipotle hits the same. And that's why Chipotle's retention is crap. I'll charge extra for scoops of protein. Every Chipotle franchise tastes differently, and the prices are ridiculous, especially since we all remember how y'all bowls used to be less than $10 every single bowl. Like, what is the problem? And I would say the same thing for Popeyes as well. Popeyes will charge you $18 for a whole 3-piece meal plus a side. I can go right to the corner store, get myself some Crown Fried Chicken. You feel me? Like, right from the gutter. You feel me? And I'm telling you, that crack chicken will hit way harder than crack in the 80s in the streets of Harlem. And I tell you that. So Chipotle is literally insane for thinking that they can continue to raise prices because, oh, our customers are making over 100K. 100K a year don't mean nothing. Especially up in the Northeast. That don't mean nothing. In New York, that don't mean, that's $80,000, maybe $70,000 after taxes. On top of rent, that's almost $3,000. Maybe in the South, no offense to y'all, but maybe in the South, that might, 100K might mean something. 100K don't mean nothing, bro. The fact that he thinks that all these people are making well-off money for some rice and beans and taco meat, come on, no. Chipotle is not even as good as it used to be.
I was doing some preliminary shit for my taxes and figured out something that I didn't know, and maybe others don't either. But if you have a child that turned 17 before December 31st of 2025, you'll no longer get the child tax credit for that kid. I always just assumed it was 18, but apparently since the inception of the child tax credit in like 97, it's always been 17. Was news to me.
So I filed our taxes this morning, and the no tax on overtime should be changed to no tax on some of your overtime, because the time and a half part that you get paid, it's the half that they won't tax. And that is less than 1/3 of what my husband actually made on his overtime. So either way, they find a way to fuck you.
The following states are not recognizing the federal deduction for the no tax on tips or the no tax on overtime. In other words, once you do the federal return, you're going to have to add it back in to your state return because they're not recognizing. Those states are, and it's a little bit of a lengthy list, okay? Ohio, tips are deductible, overtime is not. Colorado, tips are deductible, overtime is not. Alabama, overtime is deductible, tips are not. Now these coming up here, they're neither are deductible. Virginia, California, Illinois, Maine, Massachusetts, Maryland, Nebraska, New York, New Jersey, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Indiana, Kansas, Oklahoma, West Virginia. Now, that may not be an all-inclusive list. I was just going through and figuring out which states I could think of. So check your state, and also keep in mind that this could change. Okay, legislators in all the states are discussing this right now. But as of right now, that's the deal.
So, MAGA, filed your taxes yet? How's that no tax on overtime coming? I just filed my taxes this morning. And I didn't have very much overtime. I only had like $275 worth of overtime, but I only got a $90 credit. So for everyone that's thinking they're going to get all of this money back because their overtime's not going to be taxed, okay, well, let me know how that goes for you.
I don't know what stresses me out more, my love life or you guys, but I read the bill, and I want to say one thing. Do you understand how pissed off you have to get me to read the entire bill? My ADHD was suffering, but you know what? I read it. And let's make one thing clear. Words mean things, okay? So when someone says zero tax, no tax, right? You expect, and we all should expect, zero tax, okay? Yeah. Well, on the bill, it doesn't say zero tax. It says, number one, that at the end of the year, you're going to be giving a deductible, right? Now, what that means is that every check, right, you're still going to get money taken out. But at the end of the year, you might get it back. But you have to qualify, okay? And I won't get into that. What we will get into is the fact that you're still going to get payroll tax. Social Security, Medicaid, that's still getting taken out. So you're still getting taxed. No tax means zero, but you're still going to get taxed. And that's what we're saying, okay, is that words matter, and you guys are lied upon. You're still going to get taxed, right? It's just not going to be as much, but you're still getting taxed.
Started this. He's the one who should be paying for it, but it doesn't come out of his pocket. It comes out of our pocket.
Surging gas prices are complicating things for the Trump administration that was already dealing with affordability issues. In just the last week, the price of a gallon of regular gas jumped by more than 30 cents. So now the administration is saying this is just short-term pain at the pump for long-term gain with Iran.
We are defanging Iran's abilities to threaten American troops in the areas, its allies, its neighbors, and global energy markets. So yes, you've got to go through short-term pain to solve a long-term problem.
We spoke to drivers passing through this New Jersey gas station to ask them if that pain is worth it.
I don't think it's worth it. Like, we're paying the price of the war.
If we have to suffer through a little bit of gas prices going up, then we have to suffer through it. And it's a small pain to take for the rest of the world.
Well, as a day-to-day working class man, it definitely has an impact on my family life, not being able to afford as much. I mean, I'm 25 years old and I can hardly afford to own a house.
No matter how drivers feel, according to Gas Buddy, the national average is expected to rise by another 10 cents in just a week. And in the next couple weeks, it could get up to $4 a gallon.
Now, some of the people getting hit hardest by these high gas prices are rideshare drivers, whether that's Uber or Lyft. Now, gallons of gas at certain stations, well, they're costing up to $4 a gallon, and that's certainly cutting into their earnings. From the people I talked to today, they tell me that they like to go to certain spots in order to try and make their bottom line and try to make as much profit as possible. One of those places is Tampa International Airport, especially with spring break travel. People are coming through TPA, and usually those riders, well, the drivers who I was talking to, they said they're usually good tippers, so that helps their profits as well. Not to mention this weekend was actually a good weekend for them with St. Patrick's Day. You had a comedy show in town, you had a country concert in town. So today, actually this weekend, they say it's not as bad as it usually is. They were making about $40 to $45, one of the drivers I was talking to, over this weekend, but that's much higher than normal. More often than not, they're making about $1 a mile, and that's how they're trying to turn a profit with these extremely high gas prices that we're going to potentially have at least for the foreseeable future.
Gas prices cutting into the profits of charter fishermen who are now weighing, due to the war in Iran, whether to charge you more if you want to take a fishing trip. I'm your Cape Canaveral community correspondent, James Sparvero.
We're too afraid to really raise our rates because we don't want to deter customers away from us. But at the same time, we still got to be profitable.
It's spring break, so the demand for fishing is here at Port Canaveral. But if gas prices continue increasing,
it can impact our profits.
Captain Jamie Glasner, who owns Fin and Fly fishing charters, told me he might consider charging guests an extra $50 or $60 as a fuel surcharge.
It does interest me, the sea fishing, yeah, of course.
At the Sunrise Marina, I asked Kelvin James from England how he'd feel paying a surcharge. Would that deter you maybe from wanting to take a fishing trip?
No, not if I wanted to go and I was on holiday, vacation. Yeah, I'd pay it. Because you're in America, it's expensive anyway, isn't it?
AAA says diesel is so expensive right now, its price is climbing even faster than gasoline. You'd never be concerned that rising gas prices could put you out of business. You've been through this before, you'll go through it again.
Yeah, we've been through it before. I don't think it's going to get too crazy like it did during COVID. I hope not.
And like spring break now, Jamie told me during the pandemic years, after the lockdowns, he didn't have any trouble finding customers then. And he told me he won't cut back. He and his captains will continue taking as many fishing as they can, no matter how high fuel prices go. In Brevard County, I'm your Cape Canaveral community correspondent, James Sparvero, News 6.